Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Nigeria's crude grades sell above $65 as OPEC agrees output hike. Senate to pass tax reform bills on Wednesday. P1 not licensed to operate in Nigeria, SEC warns investors. African startups raise $803 million as Hamatan flares. Osimhen to decide on future amid Galatasaray's £56 million bid. Or let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's premium crude oil grades are trading above $65 per barrel as global oil prices hold steady. This is despite the agreement by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries to gradually increase production starting October. The OPEC Plus alliance in its latest meeting announced plans to raise output by 500,000 barrels per day to stabilize markets and fluctuating demand. Nigeria's key grades like Bonny Light, Focados, and Kwaibo, however, remain in strong demand, selling at a premium to the global Brent benchmark. Moving on, the Senate will commence the consideration and possible passage of the controversial tax reform bills today, April 7th, months after their introduction by President Bola Tinubu. Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced this during Tuesday's plenary following the presentation of the bill's report by Senator Sani Musa, chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance. Akpabio directed the committee to distribute copies of the report to all senators for thorough review, enabling informed contributions during deliberations. Still on, the Securities and Exchange Commission has issued a stern warning to the public regarding the operations of Property World Africa Network, also known as P1 Max, which has been soliciting funds from unsuspecting investors under the guise of a real estate investment company. The SEC clarified that P1 and P1 Max is not registered with the Commission to operate in any capacity within Nigeria's capital market, raising serious concerns about the legitimacy of its activities. In a public notice released on Tuesday via its official Twitter handle, the Commission revealed that investigations into P1's operations uncovered characteristics typical of a fraudulent Ponzi scheme. The Commission highlighted red flags including promises of unusually high returns and the company's failure to honor withdrawal requests from subscribers. Now to end the local news, the presidency has criticized recent remarks by outgoing president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, that Nigerians today were worse off than they were at independence in 1960. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga, in a formal reaction of the presidency, described his position as based on inaccurate data and a narrow assessment of Nigeria's economic evolution. Adesina, while speaking at a recent event, reportedly cited figures sourced from Nairametrics suggesting that Nigeria's GDP per capita was 1,847 in 1960 compared to $824 today. Ononuga dismissed the figures as not correct, emphasizing that available historical data tell a markedly different story. And on the foreign scene, African startups have raised $803 million in the first quarter of 2025 from 163 deals. According to reports, the Data Insight, which tracks funding of $100,000 and above, revealed it is a 43% rise, excluding exits from the $563 million raised in the same period of 2024. The funding tracker shows that April alone contributed $343 million, underscoring a robust rebound and growing investor confidence in the continent's startup ecosystem. Also, Conservative leader Friedrich Merz has won a parliament vote to become Germany's next chancellor at the second attempt. Merz had initially fallen 6 votes short of the absolute majority he needed on Tuesday morning, a significant blow to his prestige and an unprecedented failure in post-war German history. Reports reveal that there was no indication who had refused to back him, whether MPs from his center-left coalition partner or his own conservatives, as it was a secret ballot. After hours of uncertainty in the Bundestag, the parties and the president of the Bundestag agreed to hold the second vote, which Merz then won with 325 votes, a majority of 9. And now to sport, Victor Osimhen's highly anticipated summer transfer to Manchester United appears unlikely as the Nigerian striker edges closer to a permanent stay at Galatasaray. The Napoli forward, who joined Galatasaray on a surprise season-long loan lasted summer, has reignited his form in Istanbul, scoring an impressive 33 goals across all competitions. Despite interest from Manchester United, Chelsea and Saudi side Al Hilal in previous windows, a concrete move to the Premier League never materialized. Turkish outlet Milliyet revealed that Galatasaray have reportedly raised £56 million in financial demands to activate a permanent deal for the 26-year-old Nigerian goal poacher. Now to end the news, Real Madrid are aiming to complete the signing of Trent Alexander before the start of the Club World Cup. According to reports, the Spanish club are considering an offer of about £850,000 to release Alexander-Arnold early from his deal. The England defender has confirmed he will leave Liverpool when his contract expires this summer, with expectations to join the Spanish club as a free agent. Alexander-Arnold's contract with Liverpool will expire on 30th of June, while the Club World Cup will begin 16 days earlier. All that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you have different bonuses, reward system. You having programs around reward and recognition and all of that. In terms of how they move about, how they go to their organizations, can you introduce like a flexible work arrangements, a hybrid work arrangement? So those are the things that we introduce in our organization. So for PCL, for example, we have different things that we do to make sure that employees are engaged, right? So we have the employee wellness check that we normally do just to get feedback from employees on how the company is doing, right? Even in terms of pay. So we try to do like a compensation benchmarking just to see if employees are being internally compensated fairly and even externally compensated fairly. So those are some of the initiatives that we introduce in Philips Consulting.
At my job mark, we've realized that employee engagement is not one fit. So we have different engagement activities that would cover both the young and the older generations. So we have flexibility, we have structures, we have communications. We encourage people to speak up, and we also have feedback processes to make sure that all the engagement activities would cover both the young and the older ones. As my job mark, we realize that well-being is very, very, very important and is key, and we do not joke with well-being of the staff at my job mark. So we encourage flexibility where people are allowed to work from home and take care of their personal life, because we know that employees do not just function at home, they function at different areas of their life. So we encourage them to work flexibly. And aside that, we also do check-in, where we check in on our staffs to make sure that they are doing okay. And we also have well-being strategies and events where people are able to learn financial literacy. They're also able to learn stress management and some other areas that would help them to build their well-being. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability. Challenges, I think the key thing is trying to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And for you to do that, you really have to ensure that from the top levels, so management, top management down to middle management, all have to buy into the vision, all have to understand what you're trying to achieve, and you have to embed the right values into your culture. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. So it isn't uncommon to have employees who define their approach, I'd say. It starts from recruitment. Fortunately, at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, I can say that we have had very, maybe little or no instances where we've had to call employees out for misbehavior, quote unquote. It's important to ensure that from the recruitment stage, you actually hire the right people. If you do not share the same values as the values we espouse and we imbibe in the organization, then it's going to be difficult for you to come in and embed this in the way you work every single day. So start with recruitment. Do your best to get it right.
Generally, we have cardinal issues which we put in place in terms when we speak to employer engagement. So basically, we have various activities, various initiatives. We have town halls, we have surveys, and one other way, we have one-on-one meetings between staff and their line managers. And generally, the general thing about the African culture where most of the time people find it difficult to speak out or speak up about issues affecting them. We've been able to overcome these type of challenges by making the workplace a safe space for people. So we make it safe such that you'd have someone to speak to at any point in time. If it's not your line manager, there's someone who's interested in you, right? If they're your line manager, it could be HR, it could be a peer, it could be a line above your line manager, and most of the time, it could even be the GCO himself, Mr. Ola Daramola. He's a great people person. He's really interested in his staff, right? And he takes a personal interest in the daily or the personal affairs of people. So all these are structures which we put in place to ensure consistent and constant engagement of our employers. A wise man once said that where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So one of the first things we do is to avoid abuse, right? So to avoid abuse, we ensure that we have a consistent communication around strategies, around structures, around the support which we provide to staff. So if it's short class, it's the logistics support we provide, right? We ensure that you really understand the purpose behind it, which is to ease your transport fares, to ease your ease your movement to and fro work. So when you have a system or an environment where there's constant communication, where there's clarity of purpose for different strategies or initiatives, it's difficult to find abuse. I mean, till today, I'm yet to find any case of abuse of because there's always constant communication, there's consistent feedback. However, if it should happen, right, there are also measures in place. You could find a way where it's either your peers or someone around you who gives you a nudge and helps you know you need to. So what happens? The person just like kind of like self-regulates. That's usually what happens. The person just self-regulates. It's rare that we would have cases of panel, disciplinary panel. So we generally have an environment, right, that people feel free to speak out, right, to explain things to either their line managers, the upper ups, or their peers. And so this constant communication helps to eliminate any such friction which you could face, such as abuse of privileges. It's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Blue Ball Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That was a nice concept, which I intend to employ going forward.
So for us at Blue Bob Financials, right, employer engagement is key because coming through the front door, our keyword is we work hard and we play hard, right? Because everybody has their individual KPIs, which boils down from the unit's KPIs. So it's not just pushing them to achieve that. We need to reward them, not financially. Your salary is for doing the work. That's not your reward. So we have different forms of rewards to encourage employee engagement from our team bondings, which are different kinds of team bondings. We have our virtual team connects that we do every first Monday of the month. We have physical team bodies that we can do departmentally and as a group worldwide. Even our town hall, after raising tough questions and being very constructive, guess what? We party afterwards.
Wow.
And we always make sure it's a Friday because we want to party. We rent a place and we party afterwards. We encourage staff to share good news. So you're getting married, you just had a baby, the good news will show up. On the flip side, you know how life is. Certain things will happen. We also show up. We encourage. Apart from the staff coming together to encourage the company also, we have things that we do. We have awards that we give. We have gifts that we give for different levels. So different forms, no matter how small, no matter how big, we use it as an opportunity to build on employee engagement. And, we keep trying our best. Anything we see and we can sneak into it, we do. We celebrate a lot. Birthdays, work anniversaries, even the births and weddings, we announce it. WhatsApp, emails, different things. The aim is to make everyone feel welcomed, make everyone feel belong, that you are identified. No matter your role, no matter your cadre, we see you, we recognize you. Because everybody builds to the company's growth. I learned a lot. And you're from BusinessDay, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, BusinessDay. Please keep doing it.
Essentially, contactless payments is still very new at the infancy stage in Nigeria. But as RedTech, we're quite forward-thinking organization. And what we'll be contributing to this is enabling payments, essentially between POS terminals and mobile app technologies. The expectation is that based on the ecosystem, where we have a lot of actors, RedTech being a fintech company as well, will be taking a lead in driving contactless payment so that we can help to power confidence amongst other players such as commercial banks and consumers in the ecosystem. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, BusinessDay. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised, as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry. RedTech originally started as a purely ICT company, and what I mean by ICT is software licensing, OEM reseller. We were a representative of over 23 international OEM brands in Nigeria, supporting the financial industry, other financial institutions, and also energy sector. But today, as a company, we have evolved into financial service space where we provide fintech solutions. And not only that, our payment volume has grown to over $1 billion worth of transactions per month. In year 2024, we processed up to 16 trillion worth of transactions, which is significant based on the fact that this was our first year in the fintech space, essentially. We've gone through a year one of gestation period. This is our second gestation period. Obviously, based on experience, it takes about 3 years, 36 months for a full gestation period for a fintech. And as I mentioned, in our first year, we recorded about 16 trillion worth of transactions a month. Today, that has also grown significantly. In year 2025, in quarter one, we've recorded about 6 trillion worth of transactions processed already. That's an average of 2 trillion plus per month, meaning that by the end of the year, we'll be recording over 24 trillion worth of transactions, if not more.
Ethnos is providing some a severe measure of security assurance for the ecosystem, because we help to solve security problems. We help to assess your environment, your infrastructure, your connections, your services, and then look at it from the security point of view and provide that kind of assurance that people require that to build trust in the ecosystem. And not only that, we're also building database of security intelligence, building local data so that security interest people, government can have data local that they can rely upon, not just looking at data that's coming from outside. Currently, we rely on data that are coming from foreign companies, Checkpoint, there's Kaspersky, there's Cisco, but we're now building local intelligence, extracting data from the environment that we can use to make sense. So Ethnos is not only just providing assurance, but we're also building resources and data that can be relied upon to make good security-related decisions in Nigeria. Now, apart from helping organizations to look at the environment, providing assessment and all of that, we've also been able to build our own homegrown applications. The first one that we have built is securing mobile applications. So if you have a mobile application right now, we can perform a scan of that application for you, detect your vulnerability that exists there, the bugs that exist there, the issues that can be exploited.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are set to review what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I'm not doing it alone. I'm joined in the studio by Mohammed Akonji, our very own in-house analyst. Very good to have you here today.
Good morning, Elizabeth. How you doing? Hope you had a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, very well. It's been good. And I'm sure you've heard what has happened over the night. The Indian-Pakistan war is actually hitting a war level now. Remember the event that happened on the 22nd of April, where about 26 Indians, there there was like a terrorist attack in the Kashmir administered border between India and Pakistan. And India threatened that they are going to retaliate, and their retaliation started this morning. The people to attack important sites in Pakistan. I mean, these are very close neighbors anyway, very, very close neighbors. I remember they were separated in 1948. So it was really shocking waking up this morning and then seeing the whole of, the major media houses being awash with the Indian attack on important sites in Pakistan and the Indian-Pakistani administered Kashmir. So there is this Kashmir region that separates the Indian and Pakistan. Part of it is administered by India, and part is administered by Pakistan. So I think they will be able to launch. But I remember these are two nuclear-armed nations, and so if it gets to the point where they actually be able to throw nuclear arms at, attack each other using nuclear arms, it's your guess is as good as mine was what could have happened. But I'm sure world powers, United Nations, even in fact, Trump even reacted to say. There's actually hope. We are very hopeful that this will be able to end very soon.
I do hope it ends soon because
because we started launching attacks and India,
Israel, keep seeing since when my
avalanche
childhood,
of issues around there.
Keep seeing different things. But on the lighter notes, I not all of the things happening in India, Pakistan. I hope that very soon we see an end to them.
Of course, hopefully.
I do hope that. But on a lighter note, I'm still in the I'm still in the bubble of the Met Gala night on Monday, so I'm still
because I told you at the BTS, because I saw the red carpet and I saw some of the best dressed attendees on the show. So I did really watch the show itself. Maybe what I caught up with.
I followed because every Monday, every first Monday of May is the Met Gala night. So it's beautiful. I was also looking out for me. It's just about celebrating fashion, celebrating excellence. I like
organized by Vogue, right?
So
Vogue organized it.
When you see all of these things, you see Nigerians making their first appearance. I'm really excited. I'm excited about the future of Nigeria's entertainment industry, our fashion industry, our music industry. I'm really excited because now we cannot be overlooked anymore. Our staff made her first appearance. This is her first time at the Met Gala.
She was there as well.
Yes, although her outfit was a little bit underwhelming. Like lots of people, she got some flack for her outfit. But it was designed by one of our best designers. But I don't know why somehow I think there was a miss. It was Ugo Moye that made the outfit. Then we had Thames was also there.
Thames was there.
No, I'm talking about the main Nigeria. So Thames was also there. Burna was there. They were the 3 Nigerians that actually made it this year. So hopefully next year we'll see more people. You probably should see. You should probably see some newbies, some newer guns.
Okay, so maybe the ones I saw was Doechi. That I said this is actually our first, the anxiety crooner.
Okay, Doechi.
I think Doechi also be able to she was report
really
for
nice.
BBC. Maybe this is also her first appearance at the Met as well. Maybe what I caught up on was also the Champions League. I'm sure you would have seen papers, you would have seen the news, social media being awashed with. But that appears to actually be the best semi-final ever to have happened yesterday.
Really?
Oh my God, yes. It was actually a goal rush. People felt like it was like a basketball. So over 2 legs was like, we're talking about a 7-6 affair, not penalties. We're talking about a 3-3 in Spain and a 4-3 over there in Italy. And then it was just, high octane, high octane environment. When we talk about the football match, hand to hand, you are able to see these are strong European superpowers really going at each other's jugular. But eventually, it was Inter that had the day. Though I wanted Barca to actually be able to go through. But my main team is playing today. So Arsenal is also playing the second semi-final today. So hopefully, we'll just be able to see maybe much of the same drama. But hopefully, Arsenal will actually be able to progress.
And hopefully, really my star boy will
definitely be able to shine.
My star boy, right?
That was Saka now.
Yeah, certainly.
I know that will be the star boy of a lot of Nigerians actually be able to put a touch on him and then put that searchlight. That searchlight.
Not just Nigerians. It's just love. It's a really.
So we hope that at least because this is very important for us now. The season is really, really crashing down, and then they needed to be able to pick up the pieces.
And I did see an interview that Mikel Arteta granted.
Of course,
I think last week,
course,
where he he said, I think he said Arsenal has never lost on a Wednesday or something like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, I'll send
okay.
it to you. And then people are like, dude, that's
Don't
not what we're saying. Don't bring all these
again.
things. All this Arsenal has never lost on a Wednesday.
Superstitious.
But, I mean, you know my mantra to life. Whatever it is that works for you. If you believe Arsenal has ever won on a Wednesday, we might as well key into that. So I'm keyed into that, and I hope that we will see that Arsenal doesn't lose this Wednesday. But let's go to the papers. We've talked about the world, the news, hard news. We've moved to fashion. We've gone to sports. So let's just talk about what we have on the front pages today. We start off with the Business Day newspaper, of course. The front page of the newspaper, Business Day newspaper today is quite interesting. It says rising poverty mute Tinubu's reform gains, and this is from Wasiu Ali. And it says Nestle, Bua, Nascon top most profitable FMCGs in Q1, and I think that's good news. Nestle has really stamped, or should I say, etched their feet. Yeah, in the FMCG, they've done really well, and it's also good to see Boa, Nascon as well. And then there's another story that says landlords and developers to reap big from federal government tax reform. I'm really, really, really keen on this tax reform. It's like I'm really keen to see how
they can be able to
how the tax
capitalize and take
incentives
advantage.
will really change a lot of things. So let me start by it's open to you. Just take
maybe we just want to take it from where we stop.
Anyone.
And then we see the tax reform bill definitely is actually likely going to be passed by the Senate today, and that's of very maybe tomorrow. Remember, they resumed yesterday, and then there are clear indications that it may be passed. And this report here by Mr. Chuka is actually indicating the potential benefits that will trickle down to the landowners, the real estate in itself. So landlords, developers, and contractors. So because there are certain indications, one of the areas in that particular, in the provision of the tax law, is about company dividends and rentals. So the reform, these tax reform bills, in terms of dividends and rentals for companies, is that with certain limitations, dividend and rental income that is received by real estate investment company on behalf of shareholders, exactly the dividends, are to be tax exempt for the first time. So if you invest in real estate, the dividends that you get from it is to be subjected to at least 75% of it would actually be subject to tax exempt, and that's like an advantage that can be able to attract people into the real estate sector. And the reason is not far-fetched. Remember, the real estate has actually been able to have been like the third biggest contributor to Nigeria's GDP, and the opportunities.
The first being what?
No, the first is still usually the oil and gas.
Crude oil. Second being.
So I think at the time, so the first one was actually the oil and gas, able to contribute more. Then third was that, I'm trying to be able to remember the second, because the new recalibration that was actually done by the NBS, had some important sectors be able to pull up and some actually be able to come down in terms of control. I think
that's fine.
Be able to have that. So some of the windfall that will likely be able to come down to landlords, developers, and investors in the real estate is the area of this tax exempt that is hitherto before now is subject to tax. When you get your dividends, remember that when you are calculating when taxes are to be imposed on individual, your personal income tax, it encompasses your income, your rent, interest, and some other things that you get as dividends from investment. But to attract a lot of investment into the space, one of the recommendations of the committee, the Taiwo-led committee, is to ensure that the dividends that companies and investors will be able to are getting from investment in real estate would actually be able to be subject to that. So that is another ground where, if this particular tax law is eventually passed, this is one way that they may likely be able to benefit. And the second thing there was that some of the surcharges, surcharges that are actually attributed, that are imposed on land matters, business related to land matters, are to be removed for now. So it used to be a particular amount. I'm not so sure what that amount is, but with some of these provisions, if it's eventually passed today by the Senate and maybe tomorrow by the House of Reps, and they will get the presidential assent, these are some of the important benefits that will trickle down, to most of the players and the stakeholders in that particular sector. And we are really be able to look at. So if you look at the story, you see the specific provisions that was actually stated clearly there explicitly about how those benefits can trickle down to some of the important stakeholders in that particular space.
Interesting. Let's move.
Similarly, of course,
Let's
I
just
think
move to the
rising
next story:
poverty
rising
level,
poverty,
yes.
meeting Tinubu's
Because
reform gain.
the back and forth. In fact, I would have been, if you listen to the Senate president yesterday, they resumed yesterday after the Salah and Easter break, and I remember they're supposed to resume on the 29th of April, but because of the May Day, was actually pushed to yesterday. And one of the things, for the first time, maybe I heard the Senate president made important remarks about the state of the nation, because he was able to allude to the fact that yes, there is serious suffering, poverty, and hunger in the land, despite some of the reforms that the administration, unification of the exchange rate, the removal of the subsidy, some of the important other subsidies that have actually been removed. But as much as the government is touting that these reforms are yielding results, right? The rising poverty level, and in fact, the rising poverty level and the way it kept increasing is putting paid to some of the possible gains that we are seeing from this reform. There were two stories that I think I was able to allow to on the TV on Monday. One of the former senior special advisor to the vice president, who just resigned, Akim Baba Ahmed, is from the north, was actually, doubling down about how this administration has impoverished Nigerians, and have actually been able to sideline the north. And then was able to make some economic argument to say that, oh, we have actually been worse off. Nigerians now are worse off than they were maybe 4 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and then we have some of the other APC stalwarts in person of Mr. Moka, who is the APC National Publicity Secretary. To actually be Felix Moka, thank you very much, Felix Moka, who was also on TV to be able to, a chance of a rebuttal to say, no, the reforms, most important multilateral institutions, IMF, the World Bank, have actually been able to hail them that yes, this is the right direction for the nation to go, and that you cannot expect, these layers of reforms without having an initial pain. And the question they were asking him is because he was talking about, yes, these are the initial pains that comes with initial reforms that is trying to be able to move us from where we were to what we wanted to be. These we are saying now are the sort of initial pains that tend to be able to happen. But the question they asked him was, if you are properly sequence the arrangement of these reforms, maybe instead of actually be able to pull everything together and then bear them down on Nigerians, maybe the effect wouldn't have been so massive as we are saying it. But as I'm saying, some of these institutions, most of the important policymakers believe, yes, this is the right way to go. And you will see this brotherliness between central bank, we like call it that friendliness or that consensus between the central bank and the Ministry of Finance, even at at Washington DC, the IMF and World Bank Spring meeting, to say that yes, and the way they are commended, that okay, there appears to actually be this uniformity, there's unison in terms of implementing and their policy, the fiscal policy and the monetary policy. But the question, and as you kept mentioning, is the poverty level kept rising every day. Nigerians are getting worse off, regardless of the metrics you wanted to be able to use. So some of those reform gains will likely be clouded by the rising poverty, the increasing hunger in the land.
It certainly dampens the impact.
Some of the gains that you can see that, oh yes, because to them that will say yes, we are giving more money to the state government. We've been able to achieve our credit ratings in terms of credit monetary outlooks, and other things. But when you look at it in relation, to the constant real sector effect, how it impacts on the bottom line, how it affects on the bottom of the pyramid. Maybe we need to be able to check that again. And that's why I say I would like to be able to listen to what the Senate President said, to acknowledge that fact that yes, there is hunger, there is pain, there is really, really suffering in the land, and it's a bit aggravating every day.
Yeah, it keeps rising every day, certainly.
So
it would definitely dampen some of those
possible gains
that
we think like we can be able to say, oh yes, we have achieved this.
Reform gains. But let's move on from that story and talk about, I mean, it's quite explanatory. It's good to see Nestle, BUA, NASCON, most profitable FMCGs
at the first of
Q1.
Right.
So we'll just look out to see are we going to see some wild cards here and there for
next
quarter two?
This quarter that we have
maybe
right now.
some unexpected
things. Maybe because these are what the economic stability is what some of the supporters of the administration will be able to point to. That companies are making record profit, states are actually getting more money, most of the states that have been indebted are now more solvent and more cash heavy and more revenue heavy to be able to settle that. So maybe we're able to look at that, but the Q1 reports are just coming out, and then we're seeing how, you know, key sectors, FMCGs, we've seen the bankers, I mean, banks as well. I think I was looking at Access Bank Q1 unaudited report yesterday as well for Q1. And you see how well they did, you understand, from Q4 to where they are. So it appears that there is actually a kind of turning the corners in terms of companies recording profit and to some level, record level as well in terms of what they have.
All right, let's move to the Punch newspaper this morning. The front page of the newspaper, the Punch newspaper this morning, is pretty simple, straight to the point. The biggest story: rising insecurity. Says NAS ex-generals demand urgent military rearmament. Senate moves to tackle killings as retired military chiefs and reps lament insurgents' use of sophisticated arms. That continues on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And then upside of the Punch newspaper is talking about the defections. Everywhere we're seeing defections, left, right, center. It says Okowa denies 500 billion naira refund claim as Oborewori visits Tinubu. That is on page 28 of the Punch newspaper. And then on the downside, left-hand side of the Punch, it says Senate may pass tax bills today. Panel to oversee. So it's still a May thing. Panel to oversee IBAS. Jakba, United Kingdom considers tighter visa rules for Nigerians and Pakistans. Look at it's not a good look. Now, page 7 says federal government kicks as Patutomi forms shadow government.
Yes.
Let's just pick on one or two stories here.
Maybe let's just talk about the rising insecurity because National Assembly
spoke about rising poverty, now rising insecurity. It's not good.
I mean, it was a cynosure, was an unwarranted cynosure in the last 2 months. The Benue killings, the Plateau. We all saw what happened there. And National Assembly resuming yesterday. 2 important items on their agenda was the issue of this insecurity and then maybe the tax. But you see that they called, in fact, when the House of Rep members were actually speaking in turn, you know, those from Benue State, in the north as well, north central and northeast, you see the emotions in their tones as to how their people are dying and how helpless people, you know, have been having attacks here and there, you know, massive attacks that actually be able to come, and how maybe the terrorists who are actually coming around to be able to attack them and then killing them in numbers. So retired military generals, National Assembly members, they are of course calling on federal government again, you know, to ensure that the Nigerian armed forces is well rearmed, because the reports there was like most of these terrorists actually using sophisticated weapons. In fact, they are attacking military bases. They are attacking military FOBs. You see them coming there to be able to attack. These are military. They go there themselves. They're going to attack them and face because of the superior armament that they have. And then where the last one that was reported, it wasn't on Borno State, that the governor of Borno was actually talking about that. The military to be able to run out from their camp. You can be able to imagine the number of military installations that we have in Kaduna. And they still have, you see them going to important military installations, military barracks, and go and attack them, attack the military. Not enough people talk about, you know, unarmed civilians who are just there. So the call now is maybe the need for what's it called? The federal government to be able to consider rearmament, you know, most importantly with sophisticated ones, because these are retired generals who are actually speaking from experience and who are speaking from people that are actually on the field, who are seeing what is happening, who are facing these terrorists, you know, who actually be able to face them face to face and are seeing the kind of superior firepowers that they have. And this have actually been another case, another serious issue. So when most of the honorable members were speaking yesterday, what they're really talking about was the need to be able to equip the national, the military rearmament, the military, the Air Force and the naval officers to be able to ensure that maybe they are rearmed. But sometimes, you know, it goes beyond that, because the way these people, the way these coordinated attacks take place sometimes is sometimes unbelievable. The way these people also be able to plan their attacks, come to those particular territories, attack them, kill people. The reason I've been adduced to a lot of things. Some have said, yeah, it was about ethnic land dispute between 2 ethnic groups, for example, the one in Benue, or is this like a resurgence of Boko Haram again? You've seen ISWAP, for example, who attacked. The president was in Katsina, was not last week, and before then, they attacked some places in Katsina, in Kaduna, and even in Borno. And they were seeing the resurgence of, the military. The resurgence of ISWAP and the military again, who are actually claiming that they've been defeated. So these have actually been the cause that how far the government will be able to go in that light, and what Senate will do, because you see a whole lot of people, a whole lot of some of these honorable members expressing concern, expressing deep sadness and sorrow over the state of the nation, especially the security situation in the nation. I think another story that caught my fancy there is the story around Patutomi forming a shadow cabinet. I think the federal government kicks around that, but maybe something that we need to be able to also look at.
All right, let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. Still on insecurity, it says Nigerians will revolt if action is not taken. I mean, just taking off of the leaf of some of the things that you've said earlier from the Punch newspaper as well. And it says question 19.7 trillion naira spent on security. Akpabio tasks senators on legislative action. Boko Haram returning stronger. Rep Jaha says this, and presidency NSA mom kept there quiet about it. Then Tinubu receives a Borowori. We already saw that as well on the front page of the Punch paper. Then article to BOT women, it says I'm not leaving PDP. Then Sule Lamido defends zoning, says it's cure, not the course. Not course. Now, not course, right? Okay. Very dark man has been in the news as well for his arrest, and he's been in custody. Apparently, he was arrested in GT. There was a little bit of drama here and there, but yeah, they've said it's EFCC. EFCC seems to be like the ones reigning now, from arrest here and there. Iyabo Ojo.
They've always been just the eye of the storm.
You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Because Iyabo Ojo actually even came on social media to say that,
that she released?
She no. Okay. A different case entirely. Probably okay. She said while she was in the UK, she was arrested. She was, they reached out to her, so she had to submit herself to them, and then they had talked about the spraying of naira notes at her daughter's wedding, and then she advised people to find other ways to enjoy themselves at parties. That maybe this might be time for us to reconsider this long tradition of spraying currency. So she spoke about the fact that about dollar, because they said they saw spraying of dollar and all. So she said, does dollar also count? They said dollar counts as well. Everything. I was a bit shocked because I saw. I
think there was a particular law around extra-jurisdictional rules that covers that. You need to be able to give certain regards to currencies, even other nations' currencies that are actually in vogue in your country as well. The kind of respect you give to it, because the way it is actually the joint the multilateral agreement you have with nations is to ensure that the sovereignty of those nations, including their own national asset, there must be protected in your own.
Yeah, and just before we digress, so the news here on the front page of Vanguard says, VDM, that's very dark black man, for those who don't know. Very dark black man says VDM not told why he's being detained, and this is according to his counsel. It says though granted bail, is still in custody. So it'll be interesting, because yesterday I'd seen that just caught wind of the fact that it's EFCC, but to read more on that story, I'll also need to read more to really understand in depthly what that story is saying. Because if it's saying it's not being told why it's being detained. And then Benue Assembly Desna says its leadership won't honor invitation. Pretty much all of the stories here are. So
let me just chip in one thing there. The EFCC claim was financial malfeasance. Though another story was saying cyber stalking, but they were claiming they were report of financial malfeasance. People claiming that he extorted money from them. That was what EFCC released. Maybe he was not told in person, but if you look at EFCC on social media, on Twitter, on X, formerly Twitter, was the fact that it was actually apprehended because of report of financial malfeasance, that was actually leveled against him by people.
But the council is saying
that's not being told why it's he got back yesterday from UK. Was it? Because
I've seen the EFCC news, but a very exciting one here says banked borrowings from CBN drops 97% to 380 billion.
They're not looking at other inventive methods.
So it's interesting.
They're looking at other innovative ways, right?
So what are the innovative ways they're looking at?
Because I have not read the story, so I needed to be able to check through as well.
Yeah, we should
Because for CBN is always the lender of last resort, so maybe they'll be able to devise other strategies, other methods to be able to, get their whatever shortfalls that they have. So actually, for you to drop 97%.
97% is a lot. We're not even talking about a 50%. We're talking 97%.
So only 3% of that come from the central bank. That is huge.
That's where we'll bring it. We'll close the curtain today on the front pages review of the newspapers today. To grab a copy of these papers, you should grab a copy of Business Day newspaper, because that's where we have like a lot of in-depth analysis inside, some of the things that you need to make more informed business decisions. But that's where we bring it to wraps today. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. That's the cartoon of the day. I always love to see the cartoon. I really always love to, but really shout out to Mr. Suko, our cartoonist. He always has it on lock. So you see the man at the table, that's a dining table. So it's just the only one. So then they say, thou shalt prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. But now the meal he has there is GDP. That's the GDP. So he opens, so you can see that he literally opened the, you know when you open the plate
and
see what's inside, and then you're like, you opened it and then it says
this
GDP.
Is what I'm going to eat.
And he has his fork and knife, so he has a questioning look like, what am I
going to chop?
So the menu says midterm menu, today's special, improved GDP in I can't see the lesson. So it says midterm menu, today's special, improved GDP, and something like that. Pure water sauce.
Pure water sauce.
What is it?
Okay. So because you can really be able to see the surprised look on the face of the man. So I'm sure the man looks skinny and leany. So it's actually an indication of a Nigerian.
Yeah.
So if you're now just to be able to go back to what we're saying, the poverty level,
rising poverty,
affecting all those gains. Saying that if you're able to look at where we are growing, we've actually been growing and using GDP as a metric, you understand, to be able to judge that growth. But look at a skinny man who is there and wanted to be able to eat, and we're looking at, is it GDP I'm going to...
Improve GDP in pure water sauce. What is pure water sauce?
So I'm sure maybe that's just a bit of, a paradox of what actually happens. So, yes, we are growing in GDP, but the real development, the real structural transformation, what happened to unemployment? What happened to poverty? What is happening to inequality?
People are still hungry. You open a plate and
so I say it's GDP here, and I'm looking at how can I hit this to show me that there is growth.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Akonji, for your time this morning. It's always really good speaking to you. And that's how we bring it to wraps this morning on the front paper review. Do stay with us for the big story.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict In my mind, I say, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Essentially, contactless payments is still very new at the infancy stage in Nigeria. But as RedTech, we're quite forward-thinking organization. And what we'll be contributing to this is enabling payments essentially between POS terminals and mobile app technologies. The expectation is that based on the ecosystem, where we have a lot of actors, RedTech being a fintech company as well, will be taking a lead in driving contactless payment so that we can help to power confidence amongst other players such as commercial banks and consumers in the ecosystem. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, BusinessDay. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry. RedTech originally started as a purely ICT company. And what I mean by ICT is software licensing, OEM reseller. We were a representative of over 23 international OEM brands in Nigeria, supporting the financial industry, other financial institutions, and also energy sector. But today, as a company, we have evolved into financial service space where we provide fintech solutions. And not only that, our payment volume has grown to over $1 billion worth of transactions per month. In year 2024, we processed up to 16 trillion worth of transactions, which is significant based on the fact that this was our first year in the fintech space, essentially. We've gone through a year one of gestation period. This is our second gestation period. Obviously, based on experience, it takes about 3 years, 36 months for a full gestation period for a fintech. And as I mentioned, in our first year, we recorded about 16 trillion worth of transactions a month. Today, that has also grown significantly. In year 2025, in quarter one, we've recorded about 6 trillion worth of transactions processed already. That's an average of 2 trillion plus per month, meaning that by the end of the year, we'll be recording over 24 trillion worth of transactions, if not more.
Ethnos is providing some a significant measure of security assurance for the ecosystem, because we help to solve security problems. We help to assess your environment, your infrastructure, your connections, your services, and then look at it from the security point of view and provide that kind of assurance that people require that to build trust in the ecosystem. And not only that, we're also building database of security intelligence, building local data so that security interest people, government can have data local that they can rely upon, not just looking at data that's coming from outside. Currently, we rely on data that are coming from foreign companies, Checkpoint, there's Kaspersky, there's Cisco, but we're now building local intelligence, extracting data from the environment that we can use to make sense. So Ethnos is not only just providing assurance, but we're also building resources and data that can be relied upon to make good security-related decisions in Nigeria. Now, apart from helping organizations to look at the environment, providing assessment and all of that, we've also been able to build our own homegrown applications. The first one that we have built is securing mobile applications. So if you have a mobile application right now, we can perform a scan of that application for you, detect your vulnerability that exists there, the bugs that exist there, the issues that can be exploited by criminals. We can detect it for you before the criminals, show it to you, guide you how to fix it, and you can fix it. When after you have fixed it, we can also help you to provide shield, provide protection, so that even if there are weaknesses that exist on the application, we can shield you from attack. Okay, so we do that, and not only that, we also help you to monitor those applications, and you're able to use consumer user behavior to improve the services that you provide to our users. That's one of the things we do. We have also been able to build capability to fix the human vulnerability that exists within the security ecosystem. For example, what we call awareness training. So we can conduct simulated attack, okay, for your staff, so that your staff, you can detect for your staff what kind of risk they pose for you, and then guide them to get trained, get them breach those loopholes, and equip them to be able to apply human shield against security threats. So we'll build this local, I don't call it local really, we'll build homegrown solutions that have taken into consideration what we have learned from providing services in Nigeria and Africa. So we'll build it in Africa, in Nigeria, for the African market, and then of course to apply to global market. So we have two applications that we have built, and we are constantly conducting researches. We are researching on other areas of need right now, and as soon as we identify area of need and market readiness, then we'll build another solution. So we are a home for security protections for the African market. A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, is improving our communication and engagement with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it has government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready, the market is ready, the market is huge, and there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
Huge thanks to Business Day for putting this together. First off, the panels were very well put together. We had people from legal perspective, we had people from the payment sector, people from the blockchain sector. So my expectations, also in line with the open banking announcement by CBN, is to see more collaboration happen within the financial services sector. The acquirers, the regulators, and basically all the players see us come together and use what is already there. Like some of the panelists said, some of our POS devices are already NFC enabled. Our cards are already NFC enabled. And this would go a long way in helping some sectors like the transport sector in particular, where we're trying to mop up cash in the environment. and it's not easy to do bank transfers to your bus drivers. It also be very good for like the retail sector, the supermarkets. We're moving towards more self-service checkout platforms and shopping markets and retail stores. So moving in line with what the global industry is moving. So I think Nigeria is well positioned, and we have the population, demographic, and we can make this work with all players coming together. So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. And basically having events like this basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what is expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, so but my major takeaway is I mean I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. I mean, also I'm currently, building a business, a startup. I mean, and I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry. I look forward to seeing contactless payment. I mean, seeing country like China. I mean, I wanted to raise the question, but I just decided to leave. I mean, we should introduce something like your finger payment. That's the need. I look forward to seeing that also in Nigeria. I mean, I don't need to take my card everywhere. I'm the kind of person I hate taking cards everywhere. I'm sorry to say, but it seems that but if you have that kind of payment now, it's going to be a very good one for us. So.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you have different bonuses, reward system. You having programs around reward and recognition and all of that. In terms of how they move about, how they go to their organizations, can you introduce like a flexible work arrangements, a hybrid work arrangement? So those are the things that we introduce in our organization. So for PCL, for example, we have different things that we do to make sure that employees are engaged, right? So we have the employee wellness check that we normally do just to get feedback from employees on how the company is doing, right? Even in terms of pay. So we try to do like a compensation benchmarking just to see if employees are being internally compensated fairly and even externally compensated fairly. So those are some of the initiatives that we introduce in Philips Consulting.
At my job, Mark, we've realized that employee engagement is not one seat. So we have different engagement activities that would cover both the young and the older generations. So we have flexibility, we have structures, we have communications, We encourage people to speak up, and we also have feedback processes to make sure that all the engagement activities would cover both the young and the older ones. At my job mark, we realize that well-being is very, very, very important and is key, and we do not joke with well-being of the staff at my job mark. So we encourage flexibility where people are allowed to work from home and take care of their personal life, because we know that employees do not just function at home, they function at different areas of their life. So we encourage them to work flexibly. And aside that, we also do check-in where we check in on our staffs to make sure that they are doing okay. And we also have well-being strategies and events where people are able to learn financial literacy. They're also able to learn stress management and some other areas that would help them to build their well-being. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability. Challenges, I think the key thing is trying to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And for you to do that, you really have to ensure that from the top levels, so management, top management down to middle management, all have to buy into the vision, all have to understand what you're trying to achieve, and you have to embed the right values into your culture. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. So it isn't uncommon to have employees who define their approach, I'd say. It starts from recruitment. Fortunately, at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, I can say that we have had maybe little or no instances where we've had to call employees out for misbehavior, quote unquote. It's important to ensure that from the recruitment stage, you actually hire the right people. If you do not share the same values as the values we espouse and we imbibe in the organization, then it's going to be difficult for you to come in and embed this in the way you work every single day. So start with recruitment. Do your best to get it right.
Generally, we have cardinal issues which we put in place in terms when we speak to employee engagement. So basically, we have various activities, various initiatives. We have town halls, we have surveys, and one other way, we have one-on-one meetings between staff and their line managers. And generally, the general thing about the African culture where most of the time people find it difficult to speak out or speak up about issues affecting them. We've been able to overcome these type of challenges by making the workplace a safe space for people. So we make it safe such that you'd have someone to speak to at any point in time. If it's not your line manager, there's someone who's interested in you, right? If they're your line manager, it could be HR, it could be a peer, it could be a line above your line manager, and most of the time, it could even be the GCO himself, Mr. Ola Daramola. He's a great people person. He's really interested in his staff, right? And he takes a personal interest in the daily or the personal affairs of people. So all these are structures which we put in place to ensure consistent and constant engagement of our employees. A wise man once said that where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So one of the first things we do is to avoid abuse, right? So to avoid abuse, we ensure that we have a consistent communication around strategies, around structures, around the support which we provide to staff. So if it's short class, it's the logistics support we provide, right? We ensure that you really understand the purpose behind it, which is to ease your transport fares, to ease your movement to and fro work. So when you have a system or an environment where there's constant communication, where there's clarity of purpose for different strategies or initiatives, it's difficult to find abuse. I mean, till today, I'm yet to find any case of abuse of because there's always constant communication, there's consistent feedback. However, if it should happen, right, there are also measures in place. You could find a way where it's either your peers or someone around you who gives you a nudge and helps you know you need to. So what happens? The person just like kind of like self regulates. That's usually what happens. The person just self regulates. It's rare that we would have cases of panel, disciplinary panel. So we generally have an environment, right, that people feel free to speak out, right, to explain things to either their line managers, the upper ups, or their peers. And so this constant communication helps to eliminate any such friction which you could face, such as abuse of privileges. Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Global Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That was a nice concept, which I intend to employ going forward.
So for us at Bluebook Financials, right, employer engagement is key because coming through the front door, our keyword is we work hard and we play hard, right? Because everybody has their individual KPIs, which boils down from the unit's KPIs. So it's not just pushing them to achieve that. We need to reward them, not financially. Your salary is for doing the work. That's not your reward. So we have different forms of rewards to encourage employee engagement from our team bodies, which are different kinds of team bodies. We have our virtual team connects that we do every first Monday of the month. We have physical team bodies that we can do departmentally and as a group worldwide. Even our town hall, after raising tough questions and being very constructive, guess what? We party afterwards.
Wow.
And we always make sure it's a Friday because we want to party. We rent a place and we party afterwards. We encourage staff to share good news. So you're getting married, you just had a baby, the good news will show up. On the flip side, you know how life is. Certain things will happen. We also show up. We encourage. Apart from the staff coming together to encourage the company also, we have things that we do. We have awards that we give, we have gifts that we give for different levels. So different forms, no matter how small, no matter how big, we use it as an opportunity to build on employee engagement. And, we keep trying our best. Anything we see and we can sneak into it, we do. We celebrate a lot. Birthdays, work anniversaries, even the births and weddings, we announce it. WhatsApp, emails, different things. The aim is to make everyone feel welcomed, make everyone feel belong, that you are identified. No matter your role, no matter your cadre, we see you, we recognize you. Because everybody builds to the company's growth. I learned a lot. And you're from BusinessDay, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time, and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, Business Day. Please keep doing it.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you'll start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the...
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the morning market brief. It's Wednesday, May the 7th, and I'm David Olujimi. Let's dive straight into the market headlines for yesterday. We saw the NGX All Share Index close at 108,361.10. It went up 1,662.60 points, representing a 1.56% gain yesterday. Basically, from the screen, we see that the NGX recorded its highest gain in a day this year, pushing it almost close to its all-time high, which is around 109,000 points. The all share, the market cap hit 68 trillion yesterday, and what we saw is that 13.8, we saw 475 million shares with a total traded value of 13.899 billion traded yesterday. With what we've seen in the market what we saw in the market yesterday, we've seen that the market is now slightly trending upward with the bullish run now in full effect. This week we've seen a series of bullish runs in the market, in the NGX especially, considering market action taking place in respect to Q1 results that have been released. Some of the top movers in the NGX yesterday, we saw ETI, that's EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, record a 10% gain. We saw Nestle go up by 10%. Northern Nigeria's flour mill go up 10%. Beta Glass went up 9.98% to continue with its bullish run, and Austin Lars went up 9.94%. Some of our losers, we saw Guinea Insurance started with 8.70%, declined by 8.70%. Dark Communications went down by 6.78%. VFD Group went down by 6.59%. Then WAPIC, or Coronation Insurance, went down by 6.07%, and Regal Insurance went down by 4.69%. So before we move into the global market, let's review some of the top gainers from yesterday, as today's market is just about kicking in activities. If you look at a chart of Nestle over the past 5 years, you discover that Nestle is at a position where Nestle is currently trading at a 52-week high. The last time we saw Nestle at its current share price was sometime around June 2023. Basically, what that means is that Nestle at the time was trading at a price to earnings ratio of about 61x. Now, Nestle is about 31.8x after posting its historically high quarterly profit for Q1 2025. In Q1 2025, Nestle saw a profit after tax of about 30 billion, its highest ever on record. The last time Nestle had that kind of quarterly profit was in Q1 2023. How will the market react to this pricing? Historically, Nestle has not been known to be a cheap stock. If you look at the chart on your screen, you discover that Nestle traded around 1,500 naira, 1,600 naira, sometimes in 2020, 2021. At some point in history, for people who are very familiar with the market, we know that Nestle has been one of our most expensive stock, and at some point was even the most capitalized stock on the exchange before the listing of Dangote Cement. Now the question is, what are the upsides? Are there upsides to Nestle at the moment? Away from Nestle, we have Better Glass, one of our always top performing industrial goods stock. This year we have seen Better Glass with a 105% year-to-date gain. With a price to earnings of 5.85x, analysts will still argue that there is some massive upside to the Better Glass stock. So Better Glass is another stock that we will be looking out for in the coming days, coming weeks, and coming months. Then among the top losers, massive profit taking continues among insurance stocks. As we saw in our top loser stock, we saw Guinea Insurance, we saw WAPIC, that's Coronation Insurance. We also saw Regal Insurance, and those three made up our top 5 losers for yesterday. After hitting new highs in 2024, there's been a general bearish momentum on this insurance stock, and yet to date the NGX Insurance Index is down by 8%. Now let's move on to the most active stocks from yesterday's trading. As expected, financial services stocks. Access Holdings with a traded volume of 103.9 million, leading to a trading value of 2.2 billion. GTCO Holdings 37.985 million shares, leading to a trading value of 2.42 in actual cents, or in simpler terms, 2.42 billion worth of GTCO stocks were traded yesterday. Fidelity Bank was stirred with 30.73 million shares, and 1 billion of Fidelity Bank shares were traded yesterday. FCMB with 27.177 million shares, leading to 147.2 million worth of shares traded yesterday. United Capital with 26.184 million shares was also traded. Essentially, the top 5 traded shares of yesterday were all financial service sector shares. Now, away from the Nigerian market, we are going to be talking about the US. We are leading directly now to the US equities market. In the US yesterday, all the markets down. Dow Jones down by 0.95%, S&P 500 index down by 0.77%, and Nasdaq Composite index down by 0.87%. Essentially, a bearish day in the American equities market. Why? So we'll say a combination of tariff uncertainty, stubborn inflation, and probably diminishing risk appetite led to a whole thing with sell-offs in the market. Plus, this was also compounded by oil prices that hit a 4-year low. Yesterday, on Monday, we saw oil prices go down to below $60 per barrel. In fact, the decline in oil prices on Monday led to a pause in some oil production in America. For example, some of the shale drillers, some of the people who drill shale oil in America, they had to start cutting down on their activities because they need oil prices to be between $60 and $71 per barrel for them to break even. So the US Energy Information Administration lowered its forecast, and it also warned that if there was oversupply of oil in the market, it could keep basically all the equities markets in the world on edge. Away from the US equities market, we shift our focus to the Asian market, the Asian Pacific market, where we saw some recent rebound, especially in the Korean market, that is the Kospi index, and in the Hong Kong market, the Hang Seng index. We saw a 0.55% uptick in the Kospi index. We saw a 0.51% uptick. That's from early morning trading in those countries. Meanwhile, in Japan, in Nikkei, we saw just a slight 0.14%. Basically, what we are seeing, basically, we've been seeing straight days after 7 straight days of upticks in Japan, in the Japanese exchange. The Nikkei 225 went down just this morning with a 0.14% decline. The reason is because according to analysts, there's optimism in that country over trade talks that will be happening between the US and China. And also, there's also some fresh policy support from the Chinese government. In South Korea, the rise we've been seeing is based on the fact that some heavyweight technology companies have been rallying, especially as export data is showing that there may be some shift in attention from China to South Korea. Basically, export data showing that there is modest headwinds for some of these countries. Their projections, especially for Q2, is showing that there may be an uptick in their revenue, uptick in their profits, if manufacturing volumes and export volumes start to shift from China to South Korea. Then in Hong Kong, which is in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which is tracked by the Hang Seng Index, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is basically the largest exchange in China. There is hopes that there will be an interest rate cut this week. Although China is presently facing some form of deflation, not inflation, as at their March deflation figures show that they had a deflation figure of 0.70%. However, due to the tariff measures put in by the American government, China is looking to shore up domestic demand, because how China's economy used to function was by export volume. But now China is looking to shore up domestic demand, and how they are looking to do that is by dropping interest rates that will allow people to borrow more and probably spend more, especially consumers. So there is in that market, there is a slight uptick, or there is a slight projection that if the interest rate cut happens, there will be increased sales for some of their big manufacturers and some of the big companies listed in that market. Now moving to Europe, in London, the FTSE 100, which tracks the London Stock Exchange, there was a slight ticking down by 0.14%. The day before, there was a 0.09% uptick, as there was bank earnings show that the banks in the UK were doing slightly better than projected. However, we've seen the downside. We've seen a bearish run just yesterday, and this bearish run also continued in the French market. That's tracked by the CAC 40. In the CAC 40, what the energy and luxury goods, we have companies like Sanlam and some of companies like LVMH, that's Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy. Some of those companies are the top trading stocks there, are some of the most capitalized stocks there. Essentially, we've been seeing quite a bit of underperforming. Investors are noting that there may be underperforming by these companies because of slower global growth, and it's also expected that due to the fact that there's this tariff war in America, there's the trade wars are also leading to people questioning the ability of especially for the luxury goods company. People are questioning the ability of some of these luxury goods company to sell as much as they used to sell just some few months or few years ago. There is a worry about dampening consumer demand for this company. And in Germany, there was a slight uptick of 0.03% in the DAX index. However, the day before we saw a 0.55% decline. As we know, the German DAX index is highly sensitive to American and Chinese manufacturing data, based on the fact that a lot of German manufacturers actually do the manufacturing in China, and they do a lot of their selling in America. However, there's also a thing where there's anticipated rate cut by the European Central Bank. We don't know how this rate cut will happen. There is no information yet on whether this rate cut will happen, but the European Central Bank has been doing quite a bit of rate cuts over the last 1 year, and it's expected that they may pause on the rate cut. But this uncertainty has basically triggered some form of pause. There's really no huge market movement in the European market. Now back to Nigeria as we round up the show. What are some of the things we'll be expecting to see today? Basically, one of the things to watch today is the interest rate on our treasury bills. Today we are going to issue another treasury bill, and also we'll be tracking crude oil price fluctuation. We saw crude oil bounce back to $62 per barrel, that is Brent. For the Nigerian derivatives such as Bonny Light and Kwaibo, we've seen those crude oil trade at around $65 per barrel yesterday. But what will be today, considering the fact that the OPEC oil cut pause we are seeing it kicking in June. Most of the countries in OPEC Plus have promised to ramp up oil production by June 10 to be more precise. What is the fate of Nigeria's oil industry? Those are some of the things that we'll be tracking today. How is the oil price going, and how are they affecting the global energy stocks, energy and financial stocks? Good morning, and thank you for being with us on the morning market brief on Business Day TV.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our economy and our nation at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we will be exploring the importance of the informal sector to sub-Saharan Africa and why it should be a focus point. Sub-Saharan Africa is a region of the African continent that lies south of the Sahara, comprising the Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and West Africa. Countries within this region, including Nigeria, face and share peculiar challenges, amongst which are economic instability, poor healthcare delivery, environmental degradation, political instability and governance, conflict and displacement, infrastructural deficiencies, high-level illiteracy, etc. So many of these challenges. But aside from these challenges, the majority of the population in this region fall within the informal economy, lacking access to finance and trade facilitation, a situation that continues to worsen their level of poverty. Yet, people in this category constitute nearly 80% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa. In our big story today, we focus on why governments in this region should focus and prioritize the development of the informal sector. And to discuss this with me this morning, we've got joining us Mr. Oluwatobi Oja Bello, Business Day Senior Analyst. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Right. Let me start by asking you to sort of lay a foundation for us this morning. For the sake of our audience, what really constitutes the informal sector in an economy, and why is it called the informal sector?
Thank you very much. You see, when we talk about informal sector, we are talking about an unregulated, unofficial market. Economic activities that are not officially regulated by government or protected by government, such activities are classified as informal. So people call them informal because that economy or sector does not operate in the legal framework or any institutions. They are not guided by any laws. They are not registered. So they don't have any contractual terms. So that is why people call them informal economy. So in my own research, I call it overlooked economy. An economy that government did not recognize. So that is just the basic conceptual meaning of informal sector and economy. And when you look at it critically, informal sector people constitutes more than 90% of employment. You understand? Now, a sector that employ, according to International Labour Organization, that sector employed around 94.6% of Nigerian population. And in sub-Saharan Africa, on average, over 80% employment in sub-Saharan Africa. But unfortunately, these markets have been overlooked by the government. And whenever government make policy, they consider only 5.6%. Those people that falls in the formal sector. Then what happens to those people that falls in informal? They bear the brunt of any government policy. Thank you.
So what are some of these jobs that we can find in the informal sector?
Yes. There are categories of jobs in the informal sector. So the vendors, the artisans, the cart pushers. No, I don't know if you know a place in Lagos they called Okeani in Lagos where they sell clothes.
I've heard of it.
You've heard of a particular place in Yaba where they sell clothes.
Yes.
All these constitute the Tejo show constitute informal sector. Now, when you go to Ladipo where they sell parts, that's informal sector. Now, when you go to Onitsha, the core market in Onitsha where you see people buying, selling there in the market, informal sector. Okay, so that part when you go to K2 where the pepper seller are, the meat seller are, that's informal sector. So and some transport when you are going now, you will see park, you board the bus, and so all this makes an informal sector.
All right. So what we see in the sub-Saharan countries is a greater percentage of the population actually playing in the informal sector segment. Is there a reason why? Is there something that we can trace to the reason why this is so?
Yes. You know, it is either you work in formal or informal. You cannot be in between. Someone asked me a question, was it not 3 days ago? Why, based on an article that I wrote. Ojabelo, what do you really mean by informal? What of a full housewife? What sector can you categorize a full housewife?
That should be informal.
I told the person it's informal. You now ask me, what makes informal? Is there any rules, regulations? Is there any contractual terms? Full housewife. So when we look at it technically, we look at the sector. Why do people move to informal ahead of formal? Because of accessibility. That's just major factor that distinguish formal and informal. To get being employed in business day, you have to follow the normal procedure. Firstly, you apply, send your CV with your credentials to prove to them you have the capacity to work. But you're in the informal sector. I don't need to send any CV. I can just wake up one day and go to where they are selling food. That place, can I help you to wash your plate? So when because I need to survive. We call it economic of survival, informal sector. Okay, if you can wash my plate, you are going to work with us for 7 hours. So we pay you 3,500 naira per day. You want to survive. You get it? So as a result, because there is you don't have any certification, but it is just accessibility. I can work. It does not require any technical education. I don't need to know how to speak English. Once I can just communicate in such a way that you will understand. They don't measure the way I dress. Once I'm not constituting nuisance with the way I dress, so I will be employed. In business, I cannot just come one day and put on a boxer. I cannot come and put on a short. But in some informal sector, you see some wholesalers there. They are not producer. Although we may have some entity that are not registered that produce. But what are the percentage of those people that does not produce in informal? They are like 75% according to the recent analysis of Money Points.
Okay.
So there is no way the wealth will not be concentrated. In business, for example, we have vendors that dispatch our papers.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The papers are produced in business day. It's just that those vendors that go from one place to the other to sell those papers, can they be better than the owner of business?
Absolutely not.
So it means wealth are concentrated in the hands of the few. Informal depends on formal to take resources from the formal and distribute.
That's capitalism.
That's just it.
All right, and also tell us why you think why we seem to be struggling. You know, Nigeria. We use Nigeria as an example of a reflection of the struggle of the informal sector. How can we bridge this gap? Because what you mentioned is the fact that you can't be better than the producer.
Entirely.
So how do we bridge this gap? Because if we have more people, because at the end of the day, what this leads us to is we see that we are falling into deeper levels of poverty.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. You see, when you look at in Ghana, and you look at what is happening in Togo, you look at what is happening in Zimbabwe, what is happening in Zambia, now you will see what's happening in South Africa. Majority of youth falls in the informal sector, and these people that falls in the informal sector majority the age of 18 to 34. Right. And these people are not happy. Why? Because when government make policy, the policy affect the sector. But government did not make policy that lift the operators in that sector. Now, there was an article I wrote. I found a statement on X handle. The woman said, when price goes up, I buy less.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the rent, my house rent, remain the same. Who will help me to augment that? My children's school fee remain the same. Who will do that for me? Where I used to sell my poko goods, the rent increases. Who will do that for me? But government policy come in terms of macroeconomic policy. They come with fiscal policy telling you government expenditure and government tax. That's why you see people in Nigeria, they are not happy. People are shouting, what is going on? If you like, let's just do in some ways. Even if the GDP increases, I don't care. What I care is to put food on my table. So how can you be telling me statistical indices that does not improve my life? So when you say you want to bridge gap between the formal and the informal, you can bridge the gap. Yes, it is possible to bridge the gap, but we are not bridging the gap to make informal to be formal. The only thing is that we regularize and we plan for those people that are there, so that if government policy shocks come, they could survive.
And how do we regularize?
Thank you very much. You see, I wrote a paper in 2016. Then I was going for a program at Quebec. So in Montreal, in Canada. So I wrote, the title of that research paper was Tax Spend Tax. Tax Spend Tax. Fiscal neutrality and fiscal synchronization. Now, what does that mean? It means government revenue depends on government expenditure. Government expenditure depends on government revenue. Both government expenditure and revenue have to come together to achieve stability, and both can operate in an isolation. That's just what the topic is all about. So among my recommendation at the end of that study, not to waste our time, but government need to capture the informal sector. Although there are some opposition to the informal sector, such as Operation Mutuzvina in Zimbabwe 2005. He said, get rid of the trash.
And what's the trash?
The trash informal sector. So instead of government to use a policy that will soften, improve the life of those people, they come with a rigid policy. All in the sake of wants to clean the environment. So in that my write-up, I classify informal sector into three. We have the large, we have the medium, and we have the small. Large can be classified as the importer and exporter who at Alaba. Those people who sell clothes at Okiari. I will not mention the name of one Alaja there. I think it was in 2018 when I helped her to do store count. Elizabeth, can you guess the value of our stock?
I know it's going to billions.
It's billions.
Because I know that the ones in Lagos market. Those ones are
just billions. Just billions. You know, when I look at it, say, okay, when government classify this, these people will not come. Government need to incentivize them to register. So you have to let them see the basis of registering.
Registering for what?
To formalize. So that is the only way we can bridge that gap is to formalize the informal sector. How do you formalize the informal sector? The first thing is categorization. Someone that is selling noodles,
You were going to actually categorize them. You had started with the first one, the large one.
I'm going.
Okay.
Someone that is selling noodles on your street. That will buy one pack of noodles, 8,500.
Yes, and then some.
And buy a crate of egg. 6,000 naira. Buy atagugu that we call grand pepper. Buy all those things. Start selling for you. You want to be taxing that person. You want that person to formalize. And he has 3 children. Unfortunately, she married a responsible man. So what are we saying? And there's someone at Okearin whose stock value is over 2 billion. So government have to start from the large. Factor the large into the model. Encourage them by giving more access to loan and training. So when they give them more training, people that works in that large will be more exposed. They will have HMO. They have access to pensions. You want to check the life of pepper seller at the end of the day. Those people that fail to send their children to school, they become miserable at the age of 70. They become beggars. So government need to factor. There's no way poverty in Africa will reduce if you did not recognize that sector that employ over 90%. So you did not recognize them. And these are the people that employ 90%. And we are saying Africans are moving to Europe. They will stay. Sit down there, if I'm going to fail you. They will leave. Say Africans are moving to America. Why would they leave? The informal sector that employ 90%, you know what they call 90%?
That's...
So until we look for a way of taking, you see, although some countries in Africa are doing it already, such as Rwanda, they introduced what we call free flat fee model that ensure that even you can contribute 10 naira using Nigerian currency just for health. We have countries like Kenya, they introduced what we call M-Pesa.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You know, those are the things. We are not saying those measures are perfect, but it shows that there is a policy shift that they tend to recognize. So that's why poverty in Africa will continue to increase unless we look into what is really happening here. What can we do to ensure that? I think there was a time, was it not 2016? They introduced what we call micro insurance.
I remember.
How many people heard about micro insurance again?
So you think that there should be more awareness?
More awareness. Let these people know.
That means the insurance companies need to.
They need to do that.
Better.
But they cannot do it alone.
They need the help of the government.
They need the help of the government. And also we that are in the media and house, we need to write more about that.
Yes, I was going to say that. I think the role of the media in all of this cannot be underemphasized.
Exactly.
We need to actually do more because people are reading, people are coming on social media, all of that. And then instead of people getting misinformed or not disinformed, we have the role as the mainstream media to actually be the voice that they need to hear. But what do you think is the reason why we have this challenge? Why this challenge is really pronounced in sub-Saharan Africa? The challenge of the informal sector.
You see, there was a time I was, you know what they call self-reflection.
Absolutely.
I was just ruminating about the chronicle events, about our continent. I was asking myself, is it that Africa should accept the fate of poverty?
Should we?
Yes, and when I look at the data, from 1960 to 1998, Nigerian GDP per capita was greater than that of China. But unfortunately, any economic shocks, when I mean shock, unplanned policies from the international or locally dwindle our economy. Then Nigeria start all over again. Meaning that most of our growth are not sustainable. That's why whenever there is shocks with force, below normal, they will start struggling. So when you look at it, is more pronounced in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa per se, because of the level of unemployment in sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of people will point fingers to the colonial masters We cannot remove the fact that colonial master has effect, but the question is since when? They've left Nigeria since 1960.
No, but they've left, but have they really left?
And the question is this. You are married, but you did not stop going to your father's house. There's no way your father will not influence some of your decisions. Because there's no way your mom will not ask you some of those challenges you are facing in your husband's house. And there's no way before you know you start talking about it. Before you know they give you some advice.
But let me ask you a question.
Go
Just
ahead.
hold that thought. So if you use the analogy of being married,
exactly,
not stopping,
going to your father's house.
But what if you were married?
Good.
Excuse me. And I'm married, but I had an agreement, or just because I wasn't fully on my feet.
Okay.
So I have to sort of live in my father's house, or my dad already like built a house.
Okay.
And then that's where I'm living.
Okay.
Because that was the agreement, or because my dad is so influential.
Okay.
And then I have this apartment, and then that's where I'm living. Or because I'm trying to use it in the analogy of the colonial masters and some of the things, because they've left footprint. It's like, oh, we've left you, but you're still tied to my apron string, sort of. So those are the things that are happening. And so when you use the analogy of being married, I have to use that because, oh, I'm married, but my dad says, oh, this is this house, I'm going to give you and your husband, and that's where I'm living. And that's what's happening with when we talk about the colonial masters. They have left, like buildings, like all sort of things that somehow we are tied to them. Or is it that we can choose to say, you know what, we are not?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly remind you of using that the same analogy. There's what we call Fiscal Responsibility Act. Okay. When a man lost when you lost your fiscal responsibility, then your wife's parents will dictate to you. So when the African country, Africa is a continent with enormous underneath resources. Steve Harvey, that guy,
absolutely,
I read he made a comment on LinkedIn. Said Africa should be the greatest in the world. Africa does not need the help of any country. Africa does not need to import cars. Africa does not need to buy consumable goods from any country. Why? Because Africa have all this. I agree with him in some aspects, but I do not agree in some aspects.
Okay.
Why? Because you need some importation, but that importation should be production. You need import for production, not import for consumption. So when he was saying, when he said you need import for production, you need some machineries that you cannot produce.
That's what you mean.
Yes, that's an import for production. So when you bring in some machineries, you use it to transform the raw materials you have.
Can't we make those machineries here?
The question is technical know-how. Do you have the technical knowledge?
But there are lots of people traveling every time, getting international exposure that know how to do these things. Some of the best hands that we have outside of the country. We talk about the brain drain in Africa all of the time, brain drain in Nigeria. Okay. Some of the best hands we have, they are working for companies and they are creating there. So are we saying that those same people cannot come here and do all of this creation?
They can, but the question is, what can you use to influence their decision to repatriate? Have you forgotten that guy that came from Germany for after 30 years that came and do farming in Nigeria and was killed? Do you remember? So there's a lot of reasons why some people keep their knowledge there. So now someone who have that knowledge, okay, let me go back to my country, and the bureaucratic system, the political sentiments, all these are the factors that impede Nigerians not to come and bridge the gap, knowledge gap here. That's just it.
But then speaking of the gap, we do have people that are creating. When you talk about production, we do have people that are creating. But there's also a problem that an average Nigerian person has, where you will believe that once it's Nigerian made, then even the Sagle people will rather, if I've seen competitions where they get to give them an innocent vehicle, and then people will be like, it's even no level. Oh. So how do we correct? Is there really any hope for us?
Yes, there is, but there's what we call consumer sentiment.
Okay.
How do I mean? Sometimes you go for products not because you like the product. You are buying the product in order to showcase that you have the financial muscle. Are you with me? I will tell you the technical gap in innocent strategy. One of the technical gap in innocent strategy is that it came into the market not using market penetration strategy.
All right.
You cannot just walk into the. Do you know how much they sell a new vehicle? Innocent one a car. A car.
Yeah, tell me.
So an average car in innocent is considering the current economy now, where the volatility has dwindled the value of naira, can never less than 20 million naira. Okay. Why? Because the used car in Nigeria now, all these car 2010 car 205 car, the used one that sold around 11 million, 12 million. We are talking about others. I want to start producing in Nigeria. Who are my targeted customers? You and I are working. Can we afford to buy innocent, even though with this, if they increase our salary by 10% yearly?
That's laughable.
So what are you saying? So these are just basic things.
So are you
no,
saying
Nigerians
that
Nigerians are not condemning Nigerians' products.
Okay.
But the economic situation, the environment is not congenial. The cost of operation is high. As a result of that, production in Nigeria that will match the standard of goods we are bringing from Europe. Are you with me? The production in Nigeria is higher. As a result of that, you have to dump Nigerian products and you go for European products.
But then, aren't we also talking about the cost of importation as well? So when you're talking about the fact that, the cost of production is high in Nigeria, and then maybe because of that, people have to still go. I do agree with you. But there's also the fact that sometimes just some of those products, then there's the cost of importation and all of that adds to the cost. The other day, my friend was trying to, the car she was getting in, and just clearing it for it to get here.
Exactly.
I think she added like an extra 3 to 4 M minus the car itself.
The question is.
So those are also some things.
You are right. There's what we call make or buy decision.
Okay.
In financial management, we call it make or buy. Should I make or I buy? You look at the cost analysis. That's what Trump is fighting for. Trade protectionism. Why does iPhone prefer to go and produce in China? Because of cheap labor. Okay. Now, what is the cost of producing in US?
It's more expensive.
If the cost of producing in US is $9, and the cost of producing in China is $3, importation cost is $2. The cost of producing in US is $9. The cost of producing in China is $3. Importation cost is $2. So I have $5 to bring it to US. Then I can be a market leader by selling at a lower price than other competitors. So government needs to work on creating an enabling environment where the operation costs will be at minimal to encourage us. Okay, look at the way people wear Ankara now. You can see the way we use Ankara for Knickerbocker now. People use.
Yes, and it's stunning.
I bought two. Each one for 45,000 naira. Just to tell you.
Too much?
No, it's not. No, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
If I'm to buy joggers, I'm going to buy joggers, Adidas up and down. I'm going to spend like 100 or 120,000 naira. And I saw one Ankara that they will design for you very well. Then I give me a white round neck. Do you get it? 45,000 naira. Very simple and very smart.
But that's the affordable one, because most of the Nigerian designers that we have now are ridiculously expensive. Because I was going to come back to your comment on, or maybe the enabling environment and all of that. But I thought about it that why then do we have, quote, the Aba made being very cheap, and they are actually very good products if you ask me. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's debatable, you know, but they happen to be much more, you know, affordable. And I think that's even why I think it's also termed inferior, and that's why there's that tag of Aba made. And that's why you see something that obviously is made in Aba, you see made in France, made in Paris, made in, you know, USA, because they don't want to associate with that. So, but then they happen to do their own product at a more lesser
This is it. As you said, I said earlier, I said consumer sentiment.
Mm.
There's what we call international demonstration effect
Okay.
in developmental economies. What does that mean? When we try to imitate what is happening abroad and get it in ours. Do you get it? So when you put on, there is a way, sometimes you imitate people and present your own in a better form. Now, a shoe produced in Aba, you now name that shoe Shibuzo.
Anything wrong with that?
There are people will make jest of you. You have to look at the tush name. Cheese.
Okay.
You see, when you look at, you cannot remove international effect from our attitude. We have what we call acculturation, which becomes more popular in year 2000 as a result of globalization. Copying other people's culture and use it to modify your own.
What's wrong with Kelechi?
No, I've not heard of Ayomide dress before.
I've seen it.
Even Ayomide will tell you AY dress.
No, it's the Ayomide dress, the Kelechi.
No, there is no absolutism.
The Ansatu dress.
There is no absolutism in everything. Okay. There's no absolutism. So right. I will not disagree with your point. There's no absolutism. Do you get it? But in branding, do you understand? In branding, you need to understand that names goes a long way.
Okay. So talking about branding, just on a final note, I was going to ask you that what do the players in the informal sector need to do? What do they need to do to leave themselves out of this, this situation and just become maybe still in the informal sector but more respected?
This is it. The informal sector needs to come together, cooperative. Okay. They need to form a cooperative. So when you form a cooperative, they have access to loan at a cheaper rate, unlike normal conventional banks. Now they need to have a voice, advocates, people that speak whenever government comes with a policy. They need people that will speak for them. They need to go to media houses such as BusinessDay, who have not been sentimental in their analysis. So they need to come to a media house like BusinessDay to raise their voice. So when we see significant point they are raising, we put it into write-up and we follow up the story that government should see. An hike in interest rate affects the price of rice. Hike in interest rate affect loan facilities. It affected everything. But these people cannot influence those prices. They are affected. Wages increment. They increase wages to 70,000 naira. Who will increase their own wage? COVID-19. A lot of people who are working in the formal sector, some company paid during that COVID-19. Isn't it? So some company pays. Why some company will tell you, I don't have much, I slash it into two. Why? Because there's no activities. Do you get it? But those people that works in the informal sector, who take care of them? Who pay these people? Why? Because they don't have voice. So there are two major things they need to do. Cooperative, to assist each other to get access to loan at a cheaper rate. Two, they need to advocate. They need advocates. Whenever government policy is out.
But who should be this advocate?
Yes, you see, in every market they always have a leader. Right. You cannot go to a market without they have a leader. Those one will go to media houses. Tell government, see what you have done. See this policy. How are we going to benefit from this policy? Are we not part of Nigeria? Is it because of we have less education and we are operating here that makes you to design a policy for the elite? You design policy for the elite, but the effect is on everybody. So they need to have a voice.
And speaking of these policies, and on a final note, what are some of these policies that are needed if you need to formalize the informal sector?
No, to formalize the informal sector, the first thing government needs to do, first thing, as I've said earlier, categorization of that sector. They need qualitative data driving. They need to get data. They must not based on assumption. How many large scale do we have? We need to understand so that those people that are selling ice cream in Old Up, you not go and strangulate them again with your policy. That lady there beside her, you can see that lady that is doing POS there.
Absolutely.
You are not going to this airport that will strangulate that kind of person. So you need to understand, who are we starting with first? So when government gets the fact and the data right by classification, large, small, large, medium, small, then we can talk about policy on how to bring in the large. The large will not want to come. They will not want to come because they know government comes with a lot of bureaucratic policies. So what they need to do, you have to incentivize.
Incentives.
Incentives. Okay. This is it. When you do this,
we'll give you this.
And they should live by example. So that when they get to the medium, it is the medium that will say that please come now. Please come. So when the medium are agitating, and the medium see what's happening to the large, see the wide gap, the medium will approach government. This one now said that we're not carry, please put us there. So I think that is your start.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwatobi Ojabelu, for your time this morning on The Big Story. It was truly delightful speaking to you, and thank you for breaking that completely, very insightful conversation for us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this has been The Big Story. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello there, this is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to analyze some of the top trends making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa. And of course, joining me in the studio this morning is Mr. OBDK or CAFO. Thank you for joining us, OBDK.
Thank you for having me.
It's always nice starting off this conversation with you. But let's start off today with the update by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission confirming the arrest of Martins Innocent Osel, otherwise known as Very Dark Black Man, following multiple petitions alleging serious financial misconduct. According to the commission, Osei has now been offered administrative bail and will leave after fulfilling his bail conditions. The EFCC added that Very Dark Man repeatedly ignored several invitations sent to his known addresses and communication channels, prompting law enforcement to act. Well, we'll see how people are reacting to this one on social media, and I'll come hear your thoughts on this conversation, Mr. OBDK, because I know that you have a lot to say. We're speaking behind the scenes and you were sharing your thoughts. So let's see what the people on social media are saying, and then I'll get your own thoughts. Chido says EFCC will always come up with reasons to rope you into a crime, and those who are robbing the country billions of dollars are working for free. That's from Chido. Big Shine Bande 101 says it's laughable that a commission that is supposed to be reputable, that has failed to hold numerous Nigerian politicians to account, will stoop so low to further tarnish our reputation by the way and manner in which BDM was arrested when the real big fishes are out there chilling. Supreme Clerk says blindfolding the citizen for speaking up. This is not justice, it's intimidation. EFCC owes Nigerians an explanation. We demand transparency, not theatrics. That's from Supreme Clerk. Flygerian says financial crimes. What financial crimes? They had abducted him and I suspect they wanted to kill him. they probably would have done so if the public hadn't discovered that it was the EFCC who took him. That's a very, very, very extreme angle. But that's how people are reacting to the, the conversation about EFCC, very dark man. And I know we had this conversation on Monday, right? We had talked about his arrest, and then we had talked about the linkage with GT Bank and all of that.
Yes.
And we had talked about seeing how it unfolds.
Yes.
So this is the unfolding now.
Earlier I told you that I can bet it has nothing to do with GTB.
Yeah,
and that it was they just arrested him there. And that's exactly what happened. But the truth of the matter is it's now turning into mind games. Because when you look at it, at first people just said it was police, and later they found out it was EFCC. Even though EFCC people are mostly policemen that as they move into the EFCC. And the bottom line is this: it's all mind games. Where the EFCC come out to say we arrested him. What did they arrest him for? We've been calling him for financial crimes, and he has not been coming. So we decided to arrest him. And that day, they didn't arrest only him. They arrested him and somebody else. But the person has been released. The person was released the day after. But unfortunately for Very Dark Man, he's still in custody. And right now, between EFCC and his lawyer, they've just been, playing mind games, doing ping pong. EFCC say we have a right to arrest him. The lawyer says, okay, if you're arresting him, what are you arresting him for? EFCC say financial crimes. The lawyer say, what are the financial crimes? So it's all going back and forth. Like, what are the financial crimes? EFCC have not mentioned. According to another of his lawyers that was present when they were interrogating him, the lawyer said EFCC is fishing because they were mentioning plenty of things there. They mentioned abuse of Naira. They mentioned they are suspecting his YouTube channel, the money he's making, and all of that. And they just mentioned quite a number of things without being specific. So the lawyer is saying they are fishing, but all these allegations, we are not there, but it's what the lawyer is alleging that happened. But the bottom line remains that all of this is just mind games. Mind games to what end? I don't know. But I think they are trying to pin something on Very Dark Man, but they are still trying to, dot their eyes and cross their teeth. Because I remember a few months ago, Very Dark Man had come out to say EFCC were literally after him for some things that he is not even sure. But he said that he knows that EFCC will come for him. He has said it before on his, if you follow him on his YouTube channel, he has said it before that. And he has said it more than once. He has said it consistently. Like Nostradamus, he predicted his own arrest by EFCC. He said they claim to have things on me, but they really have nothing on me and all of that. So maybe they really don't have anything on him. Who knows? Or maybe they have something. Who knows? I think.
When did he say this thing where he said he has said that
EFCC on his YouTube channel that EFCC are looking for what to pin on him?
When did he say this?
On his YouTube channel, one of his many rants on his
really?
YouTube channel. I listen. Out of curiosity, I'm not a fan of Very Dark Man, but out of curiosity, I always like to listen to what people say. I know because of all the people that have been accusing him. So he knew the Kiwo incident where they took him to court and the court says he should pay how many billion, 1 billion or something like that, and he said he doesn't have any money and all of that. And there are some other people who have threatened to sue him for label and lying against them. So he knew that based on all of this, at the end of the day, some of them will eventually go to EFCC and EFCC will act on it. And him, according to EFCC, they've invited him quite a number of times and he didn't come.
Because according to his lawyer, Deji Adeyanju, Deji had mentioned, I saw that on the front pages of the paper today, that Deji had mentioned
thing that they are trying to achieve from all of this, from all of this, but we don't know what it is yet. I think for me, the coming days will be interesting. People are already I think one of the reasons why EFCC had to release that statement was because people are already protesting and people were, firing shots at GTB. So EFCC had to come out to clear the air so that at least
so
they
to
will
just
back
clear
up.
GTB's name out of
Yes, so that they will back up from, because
anomaly.
like even when we spoke the last time, I told you something. I said GTB has, if you check, you see that GTB has nothing to do with this at all. It was just that it was unfortunate that it was only in their premises that Very Dark Man and the other person was arrested, because the person is connected to Very Dark Man, so they also arrested both of them. And before they released him, and then focused on Very Dark.
Right, let's move on to our second story today. The federal government has announced that it will proceed with the transition to computer-based testing, which is CBT, for the West African Examinations Council and the National Examinations Council, which is NECO, by 2026. Education Minister Tunji Alausa revealed this during a guest appearance yesterday on Channels Television. Now, this announcement follows growing concerns about the integrity of public examinations, particularly after the release of statistics from the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, which is UTME, which revealed that over 1.5 million of the 1.95 million candidates scored below 200 out of 400. I did JAMB, so when I saw that, I was gobsmacked. Like, I was literally gagged. When I saw it, I was shocked, because I'm thinking like 200 out of 400, like they scored below 200. What is the problem? Is it the education system? Is it that people are not reading? And I can't even place it. But let's see the reactions on social media, then I'll get your own thoughts on this conversation, and then we move from there. So Ola says, I don't know why some Nigerians are blaming the government for mass failure in JAMB. The same Nigerian youth that spent most of their days on social media discussing topics that have no value. The truth is, Nigerians have been cheating, and the new system, which is CBT, just exposed them. That's from Ola. Williams Jerry Cray says, when it comes to JAMB, that's when you see students reading. But WAEC, they don't, because the private schools are the culprits. The teacher writes the answers for students. Interesting expose there. 3007 says, please, before they introduce CBT into WAEC, ensure the necessary machineries are in place. Don't come and be stressing people's children. Make sure all bottlenecks are removed. Well, good one. Tolfon says, school teachers writing answers on boards for NECO and WAEC while examiners are getting bribed. So JAMB is a true test of students' competency. They don't prepare for WAEC and NECO. Overnight magic can't work for JAMB. I really like those submissions. Emperor Boogie says, if they shift WAEC and NECO to CBT, mass failure go too much. Nigerians don't read anymore. I won't blame the students, yes, because everyone is on TikTok. When the president of their nation doesn't have a certificate, what message are you passing? Where is the motivation? We're just being economical with the truth. Those are the comments. What are your own comments?
My own comments is a mess. It's a big mess. Everything is a mess. Let me tell you why I said so. Nigeria is not, we are not ready for CBT. Whether JAMB or WAEC or NECO, we are not ready. We don't have structures on ground. We don't have proper structure on ground. And then if you go to the north, there are still a lot of people who are not, even in the south, there's a lot of people that are not, when it comes to computer, they're not computer literate. They are not digitally sound. Forget the fact that people can press phone. It has nothing to do with that.
Being computer literate.
There are still a lot of people who are not computer literate. And you see, this thing that happened in JAMB, so people are saying because people didn't read and they exposed it. It's not true. There are people's systems that went off. Even people that read will still fail. People's systems went off. There are a lot of technical issues. In some places, the systems are not working. In some, as in, there were issues that are popping up. Another thing again is, this kind of thing, you don't just bring it out en masse. You build it in blocks. So for example, you can say, okay, this here, so you can do it in two ways. One way you can do it is, you can say, okay, this here, let's do it like this. we'll have selected centers. I know they tried that, but they tried it once and then they just continue from there. But you do it over time. Selected centers. From those selected centers, you grow to maybe states, selected states. Then you grow like that. And then you give people options. Do you want to do CBT? Do you want to do CBT, or do you want to like, you know, normal shading and all of that? So you pick the one. Because if they did that, for example, a lot of people in the north will have picked this, because having access to computers and ICT and all this is still a problem. See, the other time when there was a riot in Kano, when there was a riot when there were riots in different parts of Nigeria over protests that turned to, you know, where miscreants took over. There was an ICT center that was built in somewhere in Kano, I think, and they destroyed it, and the party comes out because they don't see the value. So if you are not able to get people to see the value of something, they now want to they should take that thing and use it to write the exams. It's not possible. It doesn't even make sense. So for me, it's a mess. And you see this thing that happened in JAM. It will happen in WAEC. The bad thing is, it will also affect the people that are read and are intelligent. Computer going off doesn't know whether you read or not. You go read and your computer go off. You go read and your computer start glitching. Because they didn't think it through. They just felt, okay, it's a good idea to let's start doing ICT. They didn't. The way they've run this thing, this way they structured it, for me, it shows that all they keep doing is frustrating students, frustrating people, frustrating plus people that read, plus people that didn't read. It's just, like I said, it's just a mess, and they just keep frustrating people. That's just the truth. And it's unfortunate, but that's the country.
So what then do you say about the candidates, the 1.95 million candidates that scored below 200?
I will say it was expected, because a lot of people, there are a lot of issues. Some people escaped it. But I can bet you that if you go to the north, in a lot of places in the north, I can bet you without even minding words.
So you don't think it has anything to do with the students?
No, that's why I said it's a mixture of both.
Different things. Okay.
It's a mixture of both students who didn't read and went there. It's a little bit difficult to cheat. One, even though I know Nigerians always find a way out. Absolutely. Because Nigerians always find a way out.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, the technical hitches that will occur. Glitching, computer going off. That computer going off was like a common thing. Say the computer went off. Before you finish, it goes off. So, and it also come on again, and it has gone. And there is no going back. People get asking what happened. And then some people, they take out the frustration at the exam center. They become violent, they become angry, and all of that. And I don't think, I can't say for sure, but I don't think JAM has taken measures to really address the issues. And as long as they keep dragging feet, this 1.9, the number of
1.95, yes.
This you see how there was a mass failure.
Right.
WAEC and NECO, if they use the CBT next year, will experience mass
double
failures.
The amount.
Mass failures like never seen before.
Really?
I'm not doing it. If they're going to use CBT, because now, even in states where they struggle to use one computer, you're expected to get plenty of computers for school. JAM is a little bit better because it's not, the numbers are a bit smaller, because not everybody are registered for JAM. But WAEC, there are more people, and there are schools. There are, in Lagos alone, you have, I don't know how many thousands of schools you have, and you have students in SS3 who write WAEC, and then you can imagine in every 36 states plus federal capital.
Oh wow!
So, and then how do you manage it? How do you get the structure of, you know, there will be, the issues will be massive. The issues will be massive, and once the issues are massive, it's going to, the effect on the results is going to be like horrible. That's why I said that next year, if they're going to do CBT, mass failure all the way. This JAM only is a precursor to what will happen next year.
if they ever
If
CBT.
I have a funny feeling they might retract. They might say let's give it another time. But let's
2027
to
or
2027.
maybe to further notice.
I don't know.
But
let's see how it goes.
Let's keep our fingers crossed on that one, and just as you said, see how it goes. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Fortunately, we have run out of time now. Thank you very much, Obidike Okafor, for your time this morning on the social listening segment. That's where we will bring it to a close today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obijabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot. Products, challenges a product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it will go a long way to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right, which we expect that before December 2025 it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the missing piece in negotiations with the United States, China, is eventually coming to the table this weekend in what has been described as an unsustainable trade relationship sparked by higher tariffs, which requires some sort of de-escalation, at least initially, and possibly later a broader trade pact. Top U.S. officials are set to meet with a high-level Chinese delegation this weekend in Switzerland in the first major talks between the two nations since the U.S. administration announced stiff tariffs on imports. Bessent also yesterday said the U.S. may want to decouple over what is seen as strategic industries like steel, medicines, computers, and strategic manufacturing, but not a complete decouple for less strategic products. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives to help them thrive in an increasingly peculiar business environment. On the agenda at the US-China-Swiss meeting could be the issue of computer chips trade. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is calling for unrestricted flow of powerful artificial intelligence chips to countries like China, adding that free flow of chips would help bring back tax dollars to the US and create jobs. The US administration slapped restrictions on shipment of NVIDIA's H20 chips to China without a license, a move set to protect national security, but which also forces NVIDIA to take a $5.5 billion quarterly charge. Meanwhile, US stocks were down again yesterday as tariff tensions weighed on sentiment. Trump spoke of pharmaceutical import taxes due out in the next 2 weeks, and at a meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, he reiterated his desire to bring production of cars, steel, and aluminium to the US. Still, in the US trade deficit widened to a record high in March as businesses boosted imports of goods ahead of tariffs, which dragged gross domestic product into negative territory in the first quarter for the first time in 3 years. The trade deficit widened 14% to record $140.5 billion in March, and goods imports accelerated 5.4% to an all-time high of $346.8 billion. Imports from most countries were highest on record, but imports from China were, however, the lowest in 5 years and could drop further as hiked duties on Chinese goods could be a staggering 145%, depending on how negotiation goes. On trade deals, the US and Britain have made good progress in negotiating a trade deal that would likely include lower tariff quotas on steel and autos. But the timing of a deal remains in doubt amid conflicting signals. Still in the UK, the Bank of England is likely to cut UK interest rates by a quarter point to 4.25% tomorrow and signal further reductions to come as the uncertainty weighs on growth. The Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee will announce its latest rates decision against a backdrop of mounting concern over the potential for US policy to derail the global economy. The US Federal Reserve, FOMC, is expected to keep their own key short-term interest rates unchanged later today. The UK and India have agreed a trade deal, making it easier for UK firms to export whiskey, cars, and other products to India and lower taxes on India's clothing and footwear exports. The British government said the landmark agreement did not include any change in immigration policy, including towards Indian students studying in the UK, adding that it boosts the sagging economy of the UK and delivers for British people and business. In Germany, a fragile coalition eventually led to Friedrich Merz emerging as Chancellor. He stands on a razor-thin parliamentary majority to deliver reform in Europe's largest economy at a time of political and economic turmoil. The message seems to be that he must become a unifying figure and find a way to usher a major change without being as polarizing as has been seen in the past. Gabon's leader, Brice Oligui Nguema, has named a new cabinet after his landslide victory in a presidential election in April, choosing a prominent banker and businessman to tackle the country's acute liquidity shortage. Henry Claude Oyema, the chief executive of Gabon-based BGFI Bank and head of the Gabonese Confederation of Businesses, was named to be Minister of State, Economy, Finance and Debt. Nigeria's Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited says it has halted oil shipments via its Okodia-Rumwekwe pipeline in the Coastal River State following a spill. The pipeline, which transports crude oil south to the Rumwekwe manifold for export via the Boni terminal, experienced the spill in the early hours of Monday in Ikata community in the Ahoada East district of the state. Nigeria has also approved a $652 million China Exim Bank funding package for construction of a road to move goods from a seaport and petroleum refinery on the edge of its main city, Lagos, to its southern states. The financing was approved by the Federal Executive Council, chaired by Bola Tinubu. That was also on Monday. Will the new focus made in Nigeria make a huge difference? Our deep dive is on a trend of a world that is renegotiating trade barriers and trade terms. Sometimes we see barriers going up. In some cases, they are going down. In the UK, for example, in a deal with India, more barriers were dismantled, hopefully to support revival of a weak UK economy. But in Nigeria, the president is pushing Made in Nigeria as local industries will be getting priority in government spending. The president is set to sign an executive order that will direct government spending towards Nigerian-made goods and services, and there will be no imports unless a local option is truly unavailable. The goal is to boost homegrown industries and keep more of the country's $34.3 billion budget circulating within Nigeria. Europe has a similar strategy, making it clear that its huge defense additional spend will be administered in a way that favors European defense companies. US is also pushing to decouple from the rest of the world in what it has called strategic manufacturing sectors. Nigeria also needs to accelerate economic growth, as the outlook suggests there is need for fresh growth catalysts. Is this going to be one of those growth catalysts? The answer has to be perhaps yes, but certainly this policy needs to be supplemented with reform in other areas. There are three very important considerations. First, Nigeria needs to address the shortage of electricity with a war room approach. According to Power Minister Tunji Adelabu, a newly launched National Integrated Electricity Policy (NIEP), that is a comprehensive national roadmap aimed at transforming Nigeria's struggling power sector in line with global practices and the provisions of the Electricity Act 2023, will support an accelerated pace in terms of the momentum of improvements. The new policy framework will also integrate renewable energy adoption, energy efficiency measures, climate resilience, and we would also have improved regulatory oversight, setting the stage for a modern and inclusive power sector, and will also address the familiar gaps, which will include infrastructure deficit, lack of capital investment, regulatory bottlenecks, and monopoly structures in distribution and generation. The policy also encourages the growth of state electricity markets and supports a decentralized but coordinated energy planning model, allowing subnational actors to play more active roles in electricity management. The focus, and rightly so, must be to enhance greater investor confidence, more efficient power delivery, and improved service quality across the country. Like I said, the key word has to be increasing momentum. Second, Nigeria needs to attract investment and needs a business environment that incentivizes infrastructure development. Investors do not like a protectionist environment, though they will understand the need for some measure of ensuring you get better value added locally. A strategic upgrade of local operations is also needed by beefing up local skills and supporting local capacity expansion. That could be supported by directed funding and more institutional support. A new emphasis on attracting investments in strategic sectors is certainly key. Third, we need to understand that there are industries we cannot just keep acknowledging that there will be major gaps in local capacity. There has to be a deliberate plan to attract investment to build this capacity in the medium, maybe long term in some cases. Call this a strategic local manufacturing initiative. In sectors like essential manufacturing, I would say things like shipbuilding, car manufacturing, computer components and chips, defense equipment, and in the new digital technology space. Nigeria needs generous incentives to attract the big players who are able to move fast in these sectors and take advantage of the size of the Nigerian market and get Nigeria more entrenched in the value chain in these strategic areas. Again, investment in skills and capacity support, even possibly tax incentives, could be additionally introduced to support progress in all these areas. The Made in Nigeria mantra has been heard before. What has been lacking is a more comprehensive ecosystem that facilitates economic growth in a way that is sustainable, albeit that we know that maximizing local value add and encouraging Nigerian players in a protected market does play a major part, but that will not be enough. My conclusion: to support Made in Nigeria, Nigeria needs a trade and investment policy which would include pacts with countries like India, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Japan, countries that are not on the crosshairs of the ongoing global trade drama. Also deepening intra-African collaboration, especially with the more advanced and major economies like Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa. ExxonMobil is planning a $1.5 billion investment in deep water exploration and development, putting to rest the company's rumored planned exit from Nigeria. The Nigerian upstream regulator said the significant financial commitment, which will be implemented between the second quarter 2025 and 2027, focuses on revitalizing production in the Nigeria Usan deep water oil field. In a positive sign on Germany's economy, factory orders over the month, that is contracts for goods made in Germany, rose 3.6% in March after reporting no growth in February, beating estimates of 1.3%. Germany's industrial orders also climbed 3.8% year over year in March compared with the previous decline of 0.2%. Asian stocks were mostly higher in a tepid cheer to the possibility of the escalation of tensions in the China-US trade situation. US stock futures were also higher, and the dollar and oil prices also pushed up. Oil rallied more than 3% in the previous session as the US and China agreed to start trade negotiations. Chinese authorities have announced a raft of stimulus measures, including interest rate cuts and a major liquidity injection, as Beijing steps up efforts to soften the economic damage caused by the trade war with the US. This came shortly after US and Chinese negotiators announced plans to meet in the weekend. China's central bank is lowering the borrowing cost of its 7-day reverse repurchase agreements, its benchmark interest rate, by 10 basis points to 1.4% effective May 8. Well, that's all on this special edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel with the baby.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long would this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question.
You are watching Business Day Television.
So 2 days ago, OPEC Plus announced it was going to expedite output increases, and boom, oil fell to a 4-year low. On Monday, Brent crude fell to less than $60 per barrel. Yesterday, it bounced back to $62 per barrel. Today, it's trading just above the $62 mark. If global oil producers up their output, oil prices will definitely fall. For independent oil producers in Nigeria as well as across Africa, how will this augur? So welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. In Nigeria, when a potential crash in oil prices is in the works, general attention shifts to government finances and a slide in the value of the naira. Considering oil exports are still a major source of FX for hedging against currency instability, this is not far-fetched. However, beyond the fiscal space, oil drives a lot of activity in the economic and financial space. There's a break-even point beyond which oil prices should not go, or E&Ps are just going to languish in losses. Not just the oil sector, the banking sector is also affected, as highlighted during Access Holdings investor call. During the investor call, their chief risk officer, he made a statement. He disclosed that the bank has been doing stress testing for oil at particular levels. He noted that the break-even prices for oil projects in their portfolio ranges between $16 to $30 per barrel, and at the high end, $40 per barrel. He noted that they had stress-tested scenarios as low as $20 and insists that they can withstand that shock. But the fact is that they are preparing, the fact that they are preparing for it tells you something. The risk is real and resilience is part of the business model. Essentially, what does this mean for Nigeria? For Nigeria oil players, basically the way out is in adaptability. Probably they will have to go with leaner operations. They may have to diversify their investments. They will have to lean more to local content and sometimes better financial discipline. Oil at $60 per barrel is a warning shot. The question is, are we ready to pivot before the storm becomes a crisis? In Saudi Arabia yesterday, the country noted that it signaled a willingness to live with below $60 per barrel oil prices. This is a fact. It's a tacit admission to the fact that a sharper crash cannot be ruled out. In the US, the Energy Administration information warned about the risk of oversupply of oil and a possible crash in the prices of oil. In the same US, oil producers who drill shale oil have begun to cut down on their activity because for them, breaking even means that oil prices must stay between $60 and $71 per barrel, suggesting that if it goes below, there could be significant cutbacks and the downturns are not going to be friendly. So let's bring it a little bit home. Let's come back to Nigeria. Let's come back to the African scene. With oil prices hovering around $60 per barrel, Nigerian oil companies are staring down a familiar but dangerous slope. This is not about dollar inflow or budget deficit. It's existential threats for local E&Ps. Many Nigerian oil producers, especially the independents, now I'm talking about the Western E&P, Aradel, I'm talking about Seplat, I'm talking about Aito and companies like that. They are high cost operators. Basically, they operate assets that are old. For example, the recent assets that Seplat acquired from Mobil, some of those assets have been in operation since the 1960s. There's security issues, there's crew theft, infrastructure gaps. All of these things drive up operating costs for these oil companies. And that's what we've come to discuss on the show. On the show this morning, we have NJ Ayuk, the executive chairman of the African Energy Chamber. NJ Ayuk is a lawyer and the founder of CLG, which was formerly known as the Centurion Law Group. He advocates for energy access, investment, and local empowerment. He's a best-selling author and speaker, and he advises governments and companies on energy law and policy. Welcome to the show, NJ.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Yeah, good morning. NJ is reporting from Sandton in Johannesburg. So let's get started right away. Can Nigerian companies, do you feel like they can survive at $60 per barrel oil when oil is trading at $60 per barrel? What's the chance of survival?
They would survive at $60 per barrel, but they would do even better when oil prices are somewhere around $70 or $80. We have to be very careful with an industry that is very volatile, and when we find these price crashes, then it does affect Nigerian producers who in some cases have acquired assets from big multinational, but they are doing something even special that the multinational were not doing. Nigerian producers are cost effective, cost sensitive, and they're more effective in how they produce. They produce at a lower price point, but Saudi Arabia can survive with something low because they produce oil at $7 per barrel. The US 14, Russia 21. In Africa, we're somewhere between $28 to $36 per barrel when it comes to production. That is a problem. And then when you look at other costs associated with it, it becomes even more difficult. So, of course, when you go into OPEC, African nations in OPEC, which have been privileged to be in that OPEC cloakroom, really dynamite place to be. We are always advocating for cuts because we, first of all, want to avoid a supply glut, but we want to make sure that African companies can produce, because if it's not just about them surviving, it's also about them investing. Into new fields, in new infrastructure. That is what is really going to drive our build, drill, baby, drill narrative, because we want these Nigerian companies to have extra cash to be able to drill exploration wells.
Okay, so now you made a statement about the cost of exploring oil in Russia. You used America. Now, what's the break-even point for some of the oil majors versus some of the independent, smaller oil companies in Nigeria? So some of the oil majors I'm talking about, the Shell, the Chevron, and the ExxonMobil, Ajip, what have you. What do you know the break-even point for this different set of companies?
Depends where you operate. Depends if you operate in deep water or you operate onshore or shallow. But we are still hovering. Our cost point is still so high. We're hovering between $36 to $40 per barrel. But then that gets even up when we don't deal with issues like crude oil theft, insecurity, and that becomes, and some of the mismanagement we've seen with corruption, then it increases our cost per barrel and it makes it difficult. So we need to be more efficient. We need to deal with our above ground risk issues to ensure that not just the Exxons and the Chevrons will survive in Nigeria, but also the Aradale and the ITOs and the Sahara and the Wandos to also survive. Renaissance and the Chapels, they need to be able to survive in this market. But when we do the above ground risk, we bring the cost of operating down. It's not just the companies having to do it. We need to look at the environment that we're operating in. Crude oil theft, blowing up pipelines, corruption, mismanagement is costly, and it's going to drain cash out of these entrepreneurs from investing into new projects. So we need to bring our costs down.
So you made a statement now that it's kind of leading to my next question. My next question was, can local firms slash their costs without cutting output? But you've talked about the structural issues that are very prevalent in the sector, talking about the crude oil theft, the vandalism, all of these issues. What is a projected, let's look at it from a short-term perspective, what do you think is a way out? Can these local firms slash their cost without having to cut their output?
Yes, they can, and they're already doing it. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
The fields that Owando and Seplat took over from Exxon and from ENI, you know what's funny? They're operating those fields better in a more cost-effective way. They're producing more oil, and they are doing that in world-class fashion. Majority local Nigerian employees working for these corporations, Owando and Seplat. Majority local Nigerians really dealing with HSE and producing in a world-class fashion. So there is talent there. Of course, they still have to bring in technologies from Western nations on what we don't have locally. So you have to look at those cost variations and see how it can help. But what you're dealing with in Nigeria, and most people must understand, is that you have an oil industry being run by some of the most seasoned, world-class people in the world, and they're Nigerians. They've worked for Shell, they've worked for Exxon, for Chevron, for Total Energies, and they bring this world-class skill set, and they are running all their own business. But the key essence in them being able to do what we want them to do: drill, baby, drill, improve production, look at exploration, bring costs down, pay more taxes to government. It comes with us dealing with above ground race issues. We need to look at the policy regulatory impasse. For example, right now we're talking about oil at $60. Oil was $70, $80, but a lot of these companies had projects that they will have to sanction, but it still got stuck in the hand of NUPRC and many government bureaucrats that didn't push. It shouldn't take too long to approve a project and the time you need to build that project. So approve deals, get incentivized companies to move, and I bet you, they would move fast. Saudi Arabia can say, listen, we can live with below $60. They're producing 12 million barrels. Nigeria's potential is 4 million barrels a day, or even 5. And gas, oh my God, you could do so much with gas in Nigeria. Sanction this project, let us unleash the potential of these entrepreneurs and let them start a new sense of Nigerian energy dominance, and it would take that country to the next level. We need bureaucrats to do their job so that these great technical entrepreneurs can come in and close the gap and set us to a path of energy dominance in Nigeria.
Okay. I love your optimism, especially about Africa. It's interesting. But now you've spoken about the NUPRC and some of the government bureaucratic bottlenecks, basically. Now, apart from the bottlenecks from the side of the bureaucrats, how severe are funding challenges for new exploration projects? How severe, basically, what's the level of severity when it comes to people not being able to access funding for new exploration?
It is tough. I'm not going to miss words about this. To get money for an exploration well, it's tough. That's why you need to make more money if you're producing, get some extra cash, don't buy a private jet, take that money and invest in exploration, because the banks, because of issues around climate change that Nigeria didn't cost it, Africa didn't cost it. You have less than 3% greenhouse gas emissions. But developed nations that have benefited from fossil fuels, reduced debt, driven human flourishing, now they're saying that that banking financial institutions should not fund fossil fuels or oil and gas exploration projects. But the hypocrisy around it, though, that still affects Nigerian entrepreneurs, is that natural gas is green in Europe, so they can finance it, but in Africa it's not green, so you can't finance it. So Nigerian businesses are in a very tight position where they have to not just, they can be promised debt, but they have to raise real equity to be able to drill those exploration wells, whether shallow or onshore or deep water. And exploration is a risky business. You see between 15 to 20% success rate when you go into this exploration well. So it is tough. People think the African Energy Bank is going to be a solution. I hope it can really be a solution. It can really help, but we have to be able to raise that capital, because, we have $2.4 trillion of private capital in Africa. We're not tapping into that. We have almost $475 billion of pension funds. We go to our pension funds and say, don't put that money in Europe, put it right here in Africa, fund these projects. And it's not just exploration, but also energy infrastructure projects. I was was very happy to see what Lake Oil did with this LPG, Lake Oil and Green Energy deal with their LPG plant out there in Nigeria. You need to have energy infrastructure projects set up that meets demand when it comes from upstream, midstream, downstream. That's what we need to be gunning for. And I think we can do that right here in Africa and in Nigeria, but we need to put our heads together and drive that.
Okay, thank you so much. One question I want to ask is about crude oil loans. Nigeria has this problem. NNPC Limited has this thing where there were a lot of forward sales of crude oil for USD. Basically, there's been a lot of forward sales of Nigerian crude. How is this going to augur now, considering the fact that oil prices are dipping and may dip for most of 2025? Is it going to be a liability for the NNPC and for Nigeria in itself?
That's a tough question. You have to look at the economics of it. Sometimes crude oil backed loans are not always bad, as you say, but we also have to ensure that it is transparent, is done well. But we also have to look at sometimes how we benchmark our crude oil ahead of shocks when you find things like this that we have today. We have to be very careful. You have a state entity that basically funds a lot of government projects. When you have politicians promise everything to people, citizens are demanding roads, they're demanding bridges, they're demanding railways, they're demanding schools and healthcare. Government has two options. You get some big cash in and drive up these infrastructure projects and a cost of living to try to bring cost of living down. You need to find the dollars, or do you go to the same poor people and tax the hell out of them to raise money? So the government is always faced with this conundrum on how he handles that. But yes, of course, sometimes you need some kind of crude oil backed loans in being able to get the dollars to shore up your reserves and do projects. But it cannot be the norm of the day. It will be very good when we return to the day where we can trade on spot and we can do that well. And I think when we start trading on spot, it would really help. But you have to look at the country's peculiarities and look at the crisis that they find themselves in and trying to get economic turnaround to get the country moving again. Because when you look at inflation and cost of living is getting high, you have to find solutions for that. And it cannot just be NNPC carrying out the entire nation's problem. And I say that with a lot of humility, being a non-Nigerian, but being an avid fan of that country. So I do believe that the Nigerian peculiarities are very, very different from other countries. Nigeria is spatial. There's some things that happen only in Nigeria. So you have to always look at it from a Nigerian context.
Okay, thank you so much. As a Nigerian, I think I'm proud of the way I'm proud of you being a fan of Nigeria. Well, give me my passport. I need it. Just give me my passport. Oh my God.
Tell me when to pick it up.
We'll pass this information across to the people at the Ministry of Interior. So do you have any information of how IOCs are reacting to this potential drop in oil prices? Because drop in oil prices basically implies that their margins are definitely going to go lower. Do you have, how are IOCs reacting to this potential drop?
I think the oil companies are very, very well astute. They're looking at the industry differently. They understand that with price shocks, they're also looking at to see how this is going to play out. I mean, you look between May, June, July, you might see a 1 million barrel in there, but we have to really pay attention to a supply glut, and it's a wait and see moment for now. But I do think for Africa, we are very optimistic with the projects going across Africa. You're going to see drilling in deep water Nigeria. You're going to see high impact wells in places like Namibia. Field development projects are moving in Angola. Total Energies is going back with this $20 billion big project out there in Mozambique. Exxon is moving on the Rovuma LNG. A lot is going to happen. Where you need to keep a sense is the companies that are lean, mean, cash strapped, the independents, because they are going to be the new drivers of this industry for the future. So these independents, they look at every nickel and dime, trying to get money from an independent. They will squeeze you. I'm always a guy who is looking for money. The independents are tough, but you know what? They are going to really look at this price and stick a weight. But then this is where we come in. We show up our fiscals. We make ourselves attractive. We make ourselves that even at a low price point, we still are still attractive, that people can bet on us for the future. Because you know what? If you drill today and you develop gas project, gas is kind of like a Swiss knife. You can use it for a lot of things: urea, ammonia, NPK, fertilizer, power, and you will still be able to drive that within this continent. 1.5 million people that don't have electricity. You would be able, 1.5 billion people with 600 million that don't have electricity, and 900 without clean cooking. You'll be able to find that markets and still make your business profitable. That's why I advocate for energy infrastructure. That's why we look at intra-Africa energy trade. You saw AfriX put out $3 billion to drive intra-Africa energy trade. We need to be encouraging that, because when it's near, it's faster. We build refineries. We would move this continent, and these independents will be able to invest, and Nigerian independents are going to take the lead, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa.
Finally, I have a question about mergers between oil independents. So some people, maybe like me, I'm not supposed to have a personal opinion about this, but I feel like some independents need to come together. We need to see a consolidation of independence. What are your take on it? Do you think stuff like this, where oil pricing may start to be a challenge, especially for the small time players, do you think it may lead, we may start to see moves like that, mergers and acquisition in the oil, especially in the upstream oil industry in Africa or in Nigeria especially? Are you looking forward to events like that?
I am, but free markets are still the best path to prosperity. You already seen independence coming together. Where else than Nigeria could you see? Look at what happened with Renaissance. You have about 4 or 5 companies, Walter Smith, Petrolene, and all these guys included, and they did it. So it's not something new. This is what always happens. It's mergers and acquisitions. We look, you divide risk. Everybody don't have to be the leader, and this is what you see as a great story, that our industry is leading the continent. We're showing that companies that competed against each other, collaborated with each other, and they're showing that that would work. We need to translate that into our public life and our business life. You're going to see a lot of that, because a lot of independents, not just African, but also European independents, are going to consolidate, because they would need to have the cash reserve to take on some of the big ticket projects that you see across Africa. And that is going to happen because financing is going to continue being a problem. We have people shouting in Europe about climate change and all of that. I mean, it's not our problem. It's called global warming, not Africa warming.
Yes.
So we shouldn't have to be the ones that bear the brunt. But mergers, acquisitions is going to be part of this industry. And you know what? It is the way the industry would go, but I don't think the oil prices are going to lead to that. I think it's going to be driven by projects, company culture, visions, where they want to go, and the kind of strategic investments that they want to do. Pay attention to that, and I think that is what is going to really drive, because you know what? It's a volatile market. It has its ups and downs, but boy, I tell you, where else would you want to be than watching the oil industry? It is the greatest industry in the world, and nothing better than watching what is going on in the African scene. Africa is going to shock the world with this oil industry, with what you will see in the next few years. So finally, we are going to dominate.
One last question, NG. So the question just came to me now. Do you think we need more Dangote size refineries? Do you think we need more of it in Africa? Is this something you're looking forward to? Do you think there are other billionaires? Dangote is not the only dollar billionaire in the continent. We have some in South Africa. We have in Egypt. We have Nassif Sawiris in Egypt. We also have Nigerian billionaires. Do you think that it's something they should be looking to doing? Industrialization of such large scale?
Yes, we do. The answer is yes, we do. We need more refineries.
Okay. I lost your voice. I lost you for a minute there. Can you hear me? NJ, can you hear me? We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry, you were saying something. Now I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
I said, yes, we do need more refineries in Africa. We live in a continent where we are unable to get clean cooking fuels like LPG to 900 million Africans that don't have to cut biomass every day. That is an energy crisis that we have to deal with.
our refined products are not going in across Africa very well. Danco is even sending refined products right now outside Africa because we've not opened those markets. But the market is there. We just don't have the refineries to meet African demand. And African demand is going to grow up every day. So we need to have strategies. We're still importing refined products coming from Europe, from the Middle East, from Russia, from America, to the African continent. I think African business, African entrepreneurs can really seize that opportunity and drive that market to ensure that we're doing well and everyday Africans are getting that. That's when we take care of our energy security, that builds a pathway towards our development. And we need to go with that and go with that very hard. And that's what we will do. And I want to encourage, Afro-Exim Bank is doing a lot supporting that. Western financial institutions have been really investing, but Dan Cody did something special. It wasn't just refining for refined product, but also petchems, petrochemicals, and that is also going to shape things where we're going to really show up our agricultural basis so we can feed our people. You know, don't you think it's bad that we're receiving food from Ukraine, a country at war at this time, with vast land in Africa and so much gas that we could really turn that around and really drive up agriculture and feed our people and create more opportunity for our young people so they don't have to cross the Mediterranean to go into Europe? We need to be looking at that big time and looking at things differently. So yes, African entrepreneurs need to step up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, NJ. It was a very lovely, exciting, insightful conversation with you. We'll love to have you again on Business Day TV another time in the future. Thank you so much.
Anytime, on condition you prepare my passport ready.
All right. I'll let them know at the passport office. Okay, thank you so much for joining us on Business Day TV, Economy and Markets. It's been a lovely conversation. On Friday, we're going to be talking about African diaspora investments, African diaspora and their investment in the continent. Have a lovely morning. Good afternoon.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making headlines. Nigeria approves $652 million China Exim Bank road finance package. Federal government begins overhaul of NYSC scheme. Edo Assembly Speaker orders dump PDP for APC. Pakistan decries act of war after India launches missiles. Osimhen to decide on future amid Galatasaray's £56 million bid. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Nigeria has approved a $652 million China Exim Bank funding package for road construction. Minister of Works Dave Umahi revealed that road construction will be for free movement of goods from a seaport and petroleum refinery on the edge of its main city, Lagos, to its southern states. The minister revealed that the financing was approved by the Federal Executive Council, chaired by President Bola Tinubu, on Monday. The road will be an excavation corridor for the Lekki Deep Seaport, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, and its adjoining fertilizer plant to a dozen southern states. Moving on, the federal government has set up a committee to carry out major changes to the National Youth Service Corps. According to reports, the goal is to make the scheme stronger, more useful to national growth, and better suited to the needs of the Nigerian youths. This decision followed rising concerns about the safety of corps members, poor facilities, and to examine if the NYSC still fits into today's social and economic realities. The inauguration of the committee happened in Abuja on Tuesday, May 6th, with key officials in attendance. And to end the local news, Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Blessing Agbebaku, and two other members have decamped to the All Progressive Congress from the People's Democratic Party. The two other members are Sonny Ifada, representing Isan Central Constituency, and Yekini Idaye of Akoko Edo 1 Constituency. With this development, the APC now has 18 members, while PDP has 6 members. Receiving the defectors on behalf of the APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje, the party's National Secretary, Senator Ajibola Bashiru, assured them of equal opportunities within the APC, emphasizing the significance of their defection as a milestone for the party's consolidation in Edo. And now over to the foreign scene. An Indian missile attack on the Pakistani-controlled territory has killed at least 26 civilians, Pakistani officials said, as the country's leader branded it an act of war. India says it struck terrorist infrastructure used by militants linked to the last month's massacre of tourists in the Indian-controlled portion of Kashmir. Pakistan, however, claimed that it shot down several Indian fighter jets in retaliation as 2 planes fell onto villages in India-controlled Kashmir. The Indian Army revealed that at least 7 civilians in the region were killed by Pakistani shelling. And to end the news, Victor Osimhen's highly anticipated summer transfer to Manchester United appears unlikely as the Nigerian striker edges closer to a permanent stay at Galatasaray. The Napoli forward, who joined Galatasaray on a surprise season-long loan deal last summer, has reignited his form in Istanbul, scoring an impressive 33 goals across all competitions. Despite interest from Manchester United, Chelsea, and Saudi side Al Hilal in previous windows, a concrete move to the Premier League never materialized. Turkish outlet Milliyet had revealed that Galatasaray reportedly raised £56 million in financial demands to activate a permanent deal for the 26-year-old Nigerian goal poacher. And that does it this afternoon on the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned for more.
the major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you have different bonuses, reward system. You having programs around reward and recognition and all of that. In terms of how they move about, how they go to their organizations, can you introduce like a flexible work arrangement, a hybrid work arrangement? So those are the things that we introduce in our organization. So for PCL, for example, we have different things that we do to make sure that employees are engaged, right? So we have the employee wellness check that we normally do just to get feedback from employees on how the company is doing, right? Even in terms of pay. So we try to do like a compensation benchmarking just to see if employees are being internally compensated fairly and even externally compensated fairly. So those are some of the initiatives that we introduce in Philips Consulting.
At my job, Mark, we've realized that employee engagement is not one fit. So we have different engagement activities that would cover both the young and the older generations. So we have flexibility, we have structures, we have communications. We encourage people to speak up, and we also have feedback processes to make sure that all the engagement activities would cover both the young and the older ones. As my job, Mark, we realize that well-being is very, very, very important and is key, and we do not joke with well-being of the staff at my job, Mark. So we encourage flexibility where people are allowed to work from home and take care of their personal life, because we know that employees do not just function at home, they function at different areas of their life. So we encourage them to work flexibly. And aside that, we also do check-in, where we check in on our staffs to make sure that they are doing okay. And we also have well-being strategies and events where people are able to learn financial literacy. They're also able to learn stress management and some other areas that would help them to build their well-being. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level
or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability. Challenges. I think the key thing is trying to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And for you to do that, you really have to ensure that from the top levels, so management, top management down to middle management, all have to buy into the vision, all have to understand what you're trying to achieve, and you have to embed the right values into your culture. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. So it isn't uncommon to have employees who define their approach, I'd say. It starts from recruitment. Fortunately, at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, I can say that we have had very maybe little or no instances where we've had to call employees out for misbehavior, quote unquote. It's important to ensure that from the recruitment stage, you actually hire the right people. If you do not share the same values as the values we espouse and we imbibe in the organization, then it's going to be difficult for you to come in and embed this in the way you work every single day. So start with recruitment. Do your best to get it right.
Generally, we have cardinal issues which we put in place in terms when we speak to employee engagement. So basically, we have various activities, various initiatives. We have town halls, we have surveys, and one other way, we have one-on-one meetings between staff and their line managers. And generally, the general thing about the African culture where most of the time people find it difficult to speak out or speak up about issues affecting them. We've been able to overcome these type of challenges by making the workplace a safe space for people. So we make it safe such that you'd have someone to speak to at any point in time. If it's not your line manager, there's someone who's interested in you, right? If they're your line manager, it could be HR, it could be a peer, it could be a line above your line manager, and most of the time, it could even be the GCO himself, Mr. Ola Daramola. He's a great people person. He's really interested in his staff, right? And he takes a personal interest in the daily or the personal affairs of people. So all these are structures which we put in place to ensure consistent and constant engagement of our employees. A wise man once said that where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So one of the first things we do is to avoid abuse, right? So to avoid abuse, we ensure that we have a consistent communication around strategies, around structures, around the support which we provide to staff. So if it's short class, it's the logistics support we provide, right? We ensure that you really understand the purpose behind it, which is to ease your transport fares, to ease your ease your movement to and fro work. So when you have a system or an environment where there's constant communication, where there's clarity of purpose for different strategies or initiatives, it's difficult to find abuse. I mean, till today, I'm yet to find any case of abuse of because there's always constant communication, there's consistent feedback. However, if it should happen, right, there are also measures in place. You could find a way where it's either your peers or someone around you who gives you a nudge and helps you know you need to. So what happens? The person just kind of self-regulates. That's usually what happens. The person just self-regulates. It's rare that we would have cases of panel, disciplinary panel. So we generally have an environment, right, that people feel free to speak out, right, to explain things to either their line managers, the upper ups, or their peers. And so this constant communication helps to eliminate any such friction which you could face, such as abuse of privileges. Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Blue Ball Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right, in terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That was a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward.
So for us at Bluebook Financials, right, employer engagement is key because coming through the front door, our keyword is we work hard and we play hard, right? Because everybody has their individual KPIs, which boils down from the unit's KPIs. So it's not just pushing them to achieve that. We need to reward them, not financially. Your salary is for doing the work. That's not your reward. So we have different forms of rewards to encourage employee engagement from our team bodies, which are different kinds of team bodies. We have our virtual team connects that we do every first Monday of the month. We have physical team bodies that we can do departmentally and as a group worldwide. Even our town hall, after raising tough questions and being very constructive, guess what? We party afterwards. Wow. And we always make sure it's a Friday because we want to party. We rent a place and we party afterwards. We encourage staff to share good news. So you're getting married, you just had a baby, the good news will show up. On the flip side, you know how life is. Certain things will happen. We also show up. We encourage. Apart from the staff coming together to encourage the company also, we have things that we do. We have awards that we give. We have gifts that we give for different levels. So different forms, no matter how small, no matter how big, we use it as an opportunity to build on employee engagement. And, we keep trying our best. Anything we see and we can sneak into it, we do. We celebrate a lot. Birthdays, work anniversaries, even the births and weddings, we announce it. WhatsApp, emails, different things. The aim is to make everyone feel welcomed, make everyone feel belong, that you are identified. No matter your role, no matter your cadre, we see you, we recognize you. Because everybody builds to the company's growth. I learned a lot. And you're from BusinessDay, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. You just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, BusinessDay. Please keep doing it.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on a shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Efunere reporting from BusinessDay TV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Timitaya Fabole, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there, not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Olagamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, Rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may be able to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it, and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that, will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? I say, I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our...
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Inside Politics, a program where we bring you up to date on national and international politics. I'm Inyobong Iwok. Today on the program, we'll be assessing President Tinubu-led administration after 2 years in office. On May 29, Bola Tinubu will complete 2 years in office after succeeding Muhammadu Buhari in 2023. After initial sweeping reforms, including the controversial removal of fuel subsidy, opinions are divided on the achievement of the Tinubu's administration so far. But with the cost of living and inflation, unemployment still high, many Nigerians are beginning to give up on the Tinubu's administration. However, the administration said they are on the right course. They are optimistic that reform will hit or are gradually hitting the right, giving the right results. To assess the Tinubu's administration and democracy in Nigeria, I'm joined on the program today by Soji Adejimo. She's a frontline politician, also a professor of animal science at the University of Ibadan. He is also the National Secretary of the Yoruba Patriotic Front. And he is also the Ajiroba of Ibadan land. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Nibong, and how are you doing?
Very fine, sir. Good to have you.
Yeah.
This administration will be 2 years, in maybe 3 weeks' time. So much has been said about Tinubu's performance so far in office. What is your take? He is from the southwest here, and I know the region gave him so much support. Of course, he won in other states across the country. What is your assessment of the administration or his policies so far?
Well, I will say first that it's been it's been a very unusual tenure so far for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the sense that the administration came in without presenting a clear-cut program of action, that one could relate with and attach timelines to, and be able to, follow through and be able to engage government where necessary. But it's been, an administration that is run largely by, let me say, it's like a gunshot approach to administration. The decision is just announced. The program is just, announced. So people are not really able to effectively anticipate, effectively, and have a thought process, on, this is what is coming next. Take, for instance, the removal of petroleum
subsidy,
fuel subsidy. Yes, everybody knew that there was need for, a radical, approach to this cankerworm of fuel subsidy that was like pouring money into a bottomless hole. But the way it was removed left, a lot of, uncertainty in its wake. So, and that created, problems. Again, the convergence of the exchange rate also came in, and it took government quite a while to, and that brought in, staggering inflation, all over.
Yes.
Because the cushioning effects were not there.
Yes.
So I would say the policies are good, but because government did not effectively lay down a framework for implementation, the outcomes, were not really favorable.
In the sense that you are saying that so far you are not happy with what you have seen in terms of dividend of the policy. 2 years down the line.
Yeah, you see, it has not, that's what I'm saying. You see, the outcome has not been very pleasant because let us be frank, the inflation is mind-boggling,
Yes.
and it's as if it's not going to end anytime soon. And again, we have the issue. Let's look at another looming, challenge, and that is going to be in the power sector. Now we've just been told again that there's going to be another increase in the power tariffs. All of these are issues that government had needed, to effectively work out. How is government going to set up, the administration of the power sector in a manner that people will also be in a position to come in and engage government and perhaps even assist government, in pointing government in the right direction. But, these are not done. So it's like decisions are made and then we have to grapple with the after effects
with the effect, leaving the masses to suffer for the consequence of
that. Yes. There should have been a better approach to unbundling, all the things that is, oh yes, you need to remove government in this sector, in that sector, we need to unbundle government. But even unbundling also should, be based on a template that will be progressive and also be able to profile, cushioning support, so that the jolt, the vibrations do not overwhelm, the citizenry. Because right now, before citizens are able to effectively absorb and respond to the removal of fuel subsidy, which is affecting the transport sector, it hit, the food sector, and then the convergence, of the currency hit, all the other sectors, and the inflation just kept, galloping, and that also affected, like, for example, if you remove, if the naira suddenly, depreciates, it will involve the power sector, it involves all manners of sectors. So I would say all the outcomes, they are not really positive, for the people. But there could have been better. Like I said, the policies are intentionally good, but it is in the implementation.
When the government is talking about, for example, in the power sector, we have been hearing that the government is talking about increasing tariff. Why a lot of people think that the problem with the power sector goes beyond tariff. Infrastructure is there, and the government have not actually looked at how to tackle some of the issues that have bedeviled power supply in the country, rather than focusing on tariff. So this is not only about power;
exactly.
It's about other sectors, other policies of this administration. So when you implement policies 2 years and little different are being seen with some of these policies, and the people who are directly affected are suffering. Their condition of living has become worse. Poverty is on the rise. Inflation is on the rise. So unemployment is on the rise. A lot of people tend to see that maybe the administrations don't seem to understand what they are doing in some areas. Maybe like the power, for example. Do you agree with such people?
Yeah, you see, I agree, like say 90%, because you see the effects have been crushing, on the common man. And you see, if we are going to increase tariffs in the power sector, you first of all need to unravel, the blockages, the challenges that are making delivery of power ineffective. And then, look at the issue of all these band A, band B, band D, and all of that. No sane country should subject its power, consumption based on, such, I would say such mundane, and totally ridiculous classification, because access to electricity should not just be a privilege, and it's not just going to be based on your location, because you are in a position to enjoy say 90%, supply.
Yes.
Therefore, you must pay, through the nose. And you see, and those who are unable to enjoy beyond maybe 4%, those who are unable to enjoy beyond 4% are also going to incur a lot of costs for those who can afford alternative powers like generators, have to pay or for petrol, for diesel, for all of that. And it is, I would say, it is not a very smart way, because all it will achieve is to squeeze out, yes, and that is achieved, to just even squeeze out the little gains that government think they will make on the bandit, because a lot of those who can afford to even comfortably pay for the bandit, we're going to also look for alternative sources like solar and all of that.
Even the presidency is looking at solar.
Income will still reduce.
Even the presidency, they are looking at solar, buying solar, budgeted about
Exactly.
billions for buying
And by the
solar
time presidency spends
for Rock.
That 10 billion naira on solar, that the money that government is spending on solar, even for the presidential villa, the electricity generated by solar is not going to be thrown into national grid. So at the end of the day, government is still going to shortchange itself. So it is better that government puts in place mechanisms that will be able to, meaningfully, intelligently, study the profile, of power generation, the profile of power distribution, and be able to come up with, it's going to be futuristic. There can never be a situation whereby government will completely remove itself from some welfare sectors.
Yes, let's move because of time. Let's move away, sir. Let's talk about there are reforms. There are rumors in recent days that this administration will reshuffle the cabinet. Could you tell us one or two ministers who you feel they are not doing well, that the Tinubu's administration should look at letting go?
No. On a honest level.
What is your assessment of the ministers so far? Or how do you see the ministers?
No.
Are they doing well?
You see, as far as I'm concerned, the performance of any minister actually depends on the relationship between that ministry and the office of the president. Let me be frank with you.
Yes.
And there is no yardstick, because you really don't know, how much support this particular ministry or minister is getting, from the system. So it might be really unfair when you are not seized with the actual performance indices that relate to the ministry or the minister, that is.
All right, let's move away. Our time is fast. So let's talk about democracy. You were there in 1999 when Nigeria returned to the Fourth Republic. We had this democracy. A lot of people think we are on the right path. We are not on the right path, actually. That so much need to be done for us to get there. What is your assessment of democracy in Nigeria 25 years after? So some people said we need to look at the issue of conducting election, which we have not gotten right. Appointment of final chairman. Some said we need to look at go back to the 2024 National Confab report to find a way as resolving some of the challenges that have been with our democracy. What is your take?
Our democracy has actually failed. And I tell you why. Reason is that Nigeria started a democracy that is absolutely, which is also, mind-boggling, is absolutely based on the power of money. Where your democracy is driven by an insane, financial architecture, and the cerebral, the intellectual, the mentally endowed cannot even move near the theater of governance.
Yes.
And you find that riffraffs, drug, our fraudulent, all manners of characters, with ill-gotten wealth, with wealth that cannot even be explained, can control the affairs of state because of the vastness of their financial resources. Then such a democracy is already doomed.
People say the way forward is to restructure Nigeria. The late Adebanjo was known for this, and we've seen even the Patriot said, without Nigeria being restructured, having also a new constitution, that some of the challenges, everyday challenges that the socio-economic problem that we see in Nigeria today, there won't be a solution. What is your take on that?
You see, you cannot pronounce, you can make restructuring, yes, you can make it an academic pronouncement. But the reality on the ground is that those who are making those pronouncements are not in the theater of governance. So they don't have the instruments that can make restructuring happen. And those who are there holding the instruments, of power or restructuring are so much engaged with amassing wealth.
But the person in power
that becomes impossible.
The current president has always known to be an advocate of restructuring. Why is it that when he's in power now, we are not? Even the AP set up a committee headed by Nasir El-Rufai some years ago, and that committee also advocated that there is need for restructuring or need for Nigeria to practice true federalism.
But they had not tasted power then.
Yeah, they have not tasted power. Are you saying because they are in power now, they understand the obvious facts?
I'm saying we're running a democracy where money is the denominator, and once the eyes of the actors are now open and focused on the wealth and the resources of the nation, it's like, oh, we have to reset the timetable. Let restructuring take a backseat. And that is, I don't know how we are going to be able to overcome that. We seem to have now become ensnared and enslaved, to a democracy that is run absolutely on money.
Do you agree we need to go back to implementation of the 2024 confab report as a way out in terms of electoral reforms and some of the everyday challenges they'll be leaving us now?
The 2024 confab report is excellent. But the problem is the person who set up that confab. Is it 2024?
Yeah, no, 2014. I'm sorry.
Yes.
2014.
The person who set up the confab was in the best position to implement it. I need to develop welfare. And that was President Jonathan.
He wanted a second time before, unfortunately.
You see, that is the issue. Why place personal interest over national interest? Now, did he get a second time eventually? He did it. So he should have had the courage. And I'll tell you this, if it was President Tinubu that set up that confab, because I've seen, the difference between President Tinubu and previous governors is that take it or leave it. He has the courage. I'm sure he will have implemented it. But now he didn't set it up. He was just an advocate of it. Now he's holding the reins of power, and he will believe that, look, if he has to do this, then it has to be based on maybe his own, parameters. So we are back to square one. The person that set up that confab, that should have implemented it, developed cold feet. And at the end of the day, they lost out. But I believe that whoever decides to hold the bull by the horns and rejig, the confab, at least put him in the political arena,
yes,
and let it be reworked. And if possible, we can see how even the patrons can get together, take that report, rework it, present it back to government, because I'm sure government also requires support at this stage. Government requires the government itself, the government of
what support? Even with don't you think the desire is the main thing? The desire. What support do the government need? if the government is not interested in anything restructuring. Even when it's over, the government is not interested in anything restructuring.
You know, to be all knowing, all intelligent. So government also requires, you know, this kind of I would say extra governmental, you know, support. So that's why I still believe that government should not be left alone to say, oh, when let government read the confirm report. Why can't Nigerians still come together and say, look, this confirm report, government, I want you to look at this. We have looked at it. I believe that in this new framework, it can work for Nigeria. And the government respond to that.
Okay, do you agree with people say Nigeria can overcome some of its present challenges we are facing without a new constitution and also restructuring the country? Do you agree? Do you agree?
That everybody that is saying knows that the constitution we run is extremely fraudulent, is unintelligent, it's very primitive. So we did a new constitution. But the problem is, who are going to drive the mechanism for getting the new constitution?
Let's talk about 2027 now. We've been seeing wave of defection to the ruling party in recent week. What is your take? The opposition party are becoming weaker. We see the Delta State governor defected with Okowa, Atiku's vice in the last presidential election, to the ruling party. And we've seen a wave of federal lawmakers all defecting, opposition politicians moving en masse to the ruling party. What does this portend for our democracy and for 2027?
I told you that our democracy is not really a honest democracy, it's a fraudulent democracy. Those who are defecting, you will know that the way they have even done it is so shameful. You see, I don't. Everybody has they have the constitutional right, you know, to decide to lay their allegiances or loyalties wherever they want to. But I find it extremely, you know, it's shameful when you see a former governor leading a sitting governor, and you will know that they definitely are running away from something. Maybe there is the dangling, you know, acts of some financial investigations and all of that, and they want to, you know, find a way, you know, to. But all of those things are just going to be temporary. What you see, I will want somebody who has something good to offer. If they have something good to offer, and they move from one party to the other to be able to help, you know, bring maybe sanity, bring better governance into the party, you know, that will be absolutely welcome.
Okay.
But when you find somebody who has 28 years looting his own state dry, nothing to show for it, then it's only packs his bag and baggage, and then he's just coming to pollute. You know.
What is your take on the coalition being planned by Atiku and some other politician, Nasir Rufai, to unseat President Tinubu in 2027?
You see,
what is the prospect of that coalition succeeding?
I really doubt it, because let's face it. Yes, I'll give someone like Rufai some, you know, level, you know, of credibility and all of that. But you see, Atiku, as far as I'm concerned, has not shown. I'm not even seeing a level of intelligence that I can reckon with in Atiku. I'm sorry, I may be wrong.
Why? You were in the PDP before. You worked with Atiku. What will you say?
Yes, I was in the. Listen, I was the PDP before, and I worked with Atiku. But at that point, when you are not too close to somebody, you don't really know, you know, their values. But at as events unfolded, and they realized that Atiku might have the money, he might have everything, but I don't think Atiku had the mental capacity to really understand even how to his own, electoral, ambitions in a pragmatic, same way. Let me put it that way.
So you
I
are
don't
saying
see such a person.
you say the
I don't see such a person
coalition
leading a coalition. Pardon?
the coalition will succeed because Atiku does not have the capacity to lead, or you are not satisfied with the mobilization of members across the country or the kind of position who are joining this coalition.
You see, when APC was coming on, APC did not come on board with its sole aim. Are you getting now? Of somebody going in there for his own personal interest. APC came with the sole aim of, it is time. We just want to take over government. Let's take government from this opposition. But here, what I see in Atiku is someone who wants to be able to bring any platform that will give him another chance, another stake in contesting for the office of president. And the coalition cannot be successfully built around an individual. If it was like everywhere in the world, there could be coalitions and all of that. But the immediate aim, look at the immediate past election in the local elections in the United Kingdom. Nigel Farage, that is leading the Reform Party, has not really stepped out to start looking at himself as the next prime minister of the United Kingdom. But evidence is showing that there is a possibility, but they are still trying to deepen. They are to deepen their reach, their capacity. They are still
okay. And isn't it possible, sir? Isn't it possible that the opposition parties are so weak, the PDP as it is, so weak they cannot stand alone and defeat Tinubu in the presidential election? There's a need for a merger of coming together opposition position, and which is what they are trying to do.
The PDP alone, cannot do it. When ACN merged with CPC and all, ACN did not go there as we are the elder party, we are the most senior party. They went there practically as equals, as partners, and that shows the far-reaching intelligence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You have to give it to him. But the way they are going about it, I said it's not the kind of coalition that can, be a threat to APC.
So what do you foresee?
They are not going about it in the way that if they wanted to go about it, there are better channels, of bringing up a coalition.
What channel do you feel they should? You feel they don't have the structure across the country?
In Ebong?
Yes.
I'm not a consultant to that coalition.
So, sir, as it is now, you think Tinubu has an easy way? You will easily win in 2027?
It cannot be. No. He didn't even have an easy in the last one. He only had 36%, but he was far more intelligent about it than an Atiku that had a clear path and bungled it.
We are heading towards one party state. Aren't you afraid of that? Heading towards one party state in 2027? If the opposition cannot come together.
A country or a nation deserves whatever political structure that happens to them, because they are the people that will determine. America decided to go with a Trump. Whether they like it or not, they voted him. And they have to live with the consequences. So God is not going to come and declare votes for you. So it is the Nigerian people that have the ultimate right, the ultimate powers to decide who their leaders,
So finally,
And nobody
sir,
can take that away from them.
final question, sir. What about INEC? What do you think should be done with INEC? Some of the criticism that showed the conduct of 2020 election. If you had to give suggestions, sir, are you confident in the present composition of INEC? And what should be the way forward for that decision?
You see, I think INEC has actually made a lot of reforms that are, quite encouraging and, really good. But you see, every system that is managed by human beings definitely must have certain risks and certain, challenges. Even if you, as long as you cannot bring in angels to run INEC, I believe the INEC that we have now has not fared too badly, because at the local election, at the local level, where people are casting their votes, fine, there could be rigging, there could be all of that, but people still find that by and large, the electoral process has given people, the electorate, more confidence than, and it is increasing because you see, technology has come into this exercise and it is yielding good fruits. And the more we deepen the engagement of technology in our electoral process, I think we will be making more progress. The less the progress, the electoral process, the less the electoral process depends on human mechanisms alone, but on technology that cannot be easily corrupted.
Yes,
I think
I'm not taking away the influence of the position. People said that they should remove the appointment of INEC chairman, the elect should be removed from the presidency. Those are the issues that are ahead of 2027.
You see, I may agree with you, but that I said we have a constitution that is even a problem to the Nigerian system.
All right, let's leave it from there, sir.
So
you have made your point. Let's leave it from there, sir.
Yeah, so the appointment of the INEC chairman is actually based on the letters of the constitution.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program.
It could be better.
Thank you very much.
That is what the constitution,
All right. That's the program for this week.
Okay.
That's the program for this week, yes. I'll be speaking with Professor Soji Adejumo, the Professor of Animal Science from the University of Ibadan. He's also the Secretary of Yoruba Patriotic Front. My name is Inyo Bongiwok. Join me same time next week for the same program.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
The major thing from all the panelists is very clear that employee well-being is at the forefront of every organization, and it goes way beyond the profitability. So organizations are now looking for ways that they can keep their employees engaged, so that they can be able to achieve the bottom line, which is profits, generate revenue and all of that. So I feel that from these discussions, you can tell that organizations are being intentional about coming up with different employee employee wellness strategy in terms of how they can keep their employees engaged, how they can reduce turnover, and how they can make their employees ambassadors of even their own organization. So I would take you back to when we had a talent management report, and it was as a result of the financial burdens, going on around the country, and we kind of looked at what were the pain points for employees, and we came up with a total reward, looking at the total reward strategy. And what's the total reward strategy? So most times we feel that compensation is just focused around payroll, pay what you get at the end of the month, but it goes way beyond that. So you focusing on how you can help employees in terms of their career, in terms of training and development, in terms of how you can create that environment that will make them thrive. So you're not just focused on the pay, and you can work on employee benefits, so because those are the things that employees are actually looking out for. Just linking it even to today's event and looking at the wellness, employee well-being, is being holistic and focusing on the health side, which in the total reward system, the health side would address in terms of HMO that the companies will provide. In terms of finances also, you have different bonuses, reward system. You having programs around reward and recognition and all of that. In terms of how they move about, how they go to their organizations, can you introduce like a flexible work arrangement, a hybrid work arrangement? So those are the things that we introduce in our organization. So for PCL, for example, we have different things that we do to make sure that employees are engaged, right? So we have the employee wellness check that we normally do just to get feedback from employees on how the company is doing, right? Even in terms of pay. So we try to do like a compensation benchmarking just to see if employees are being internally compensated fairly and even externally compensated fairly. So those are some of the initiatives that we introduce in Philips Consulting.
At my job, Mark, we've realized that employee engagement is not one fit. So we have different engagement activities that would cover both the young and the older generations. So we have flexibility, we have structures, we have communications. We encourage people to speak up
And we also have feedback processes to make sure that all the engagement activities would cover both the young and the older ones. As my job mag, we realize that well-being is very, very, very important and is key. And we do not joke with well-being of the staff at my job mag. So we encourage flexibility where people are allowed to work from home and take care of their personal life, because we know that employees do not just function at home, they function at different areas of their life. So we encourage them to work flexibly. And aside that, we also do check-in where we check in on our staffs to make sure that they are doing okay. And we also have well-being strategies and events where people are able to learn financial literacy. They're also able to learn stress management and some other areas that would help them to build their well-being. So I've been able to learn from other participants. So I've been able to learn how they are able to create different engagement activities to make the people's life meaningful at the workplaces. So it has actually been a very learning process for me. Aside being a panelist, I've also been able to learn from other people how they are able to involve the employees in the workplace. And I've been able to write a whole lot and hoping to include that in my company where I work.
An enhanced leadership mindset, really focused on driving the right level or an increasing level of employee engagement in order to boost profitability. Challenges, I think the key thing is trying to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And for you to do that, you really have to ensure that from the top levels, so management, top management down to middle management, all have to buy into the vision, all have to understand what you're trying to achieve, and you have to embed the right values into your culture. Otherwise, it's impossible to succeed. So it isn't uncommon to have employees who define their approach, I'd say. It starts from recruitment. Fortunately, at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, I can say that we have had very maybe little or no instances where we've had to call employees out for misbehavior, quote unquote. It's important to ensure that from the recruitment stage, you actually hire the right people. If you do not share the same values as the values we espouse and we imbibe in the organization, then it's going to be difficult for you to come in and embed this in the way you work every single day. So start with recruitment. Do your best to get it right.
Generally, we have cardinal issues which we put in place in terms when we speak to employer engagement. So basically, we have various activities, various initiatives. We have town halls, we have surveys, and one other way, we have one-on-one meetings between staff and their line managers. And generally, the general thing about the African culture where most of the time people find it difficult to speak out or speak up about issues affecting them. We've been able to overcome these type of challenges by making the workplace a safe space for people. So we make it safe such that you'd have someone to speak to at any point in time. If it's not your line manager, there's someone who's interested in you, right? If they're your line manager, it could be HR, it could be a peer, it could be a line above your line manager, and most of the time, it could even be the GCO himself, Mr. Ola Daramola. He's a great people person. He's really interested in his staff, right? And he takes a personal interest in the daily or the personal affairs of people. So all these are structures which we put in place to ensure consistent and constant engagement of our employees. A wise man once said that where purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So one of the first things we do is to avoid abuse, right? So to avoid abuse, we ensure that we have a consistent communication around strategies, around structures, around the support which we provide to staff. So if it's short class, it's the logistics support we provide, right? We ensure that you really understand the purpose behind it, which is to ease your transport fares, to ease your ease your movement to and fro work. So when you have a system or an environment where there's constant communication, where there's clarity of purpose, for different strategies or initiatives, it's difficult to find abuse. I mean, till today, I'm yet to find any case of abuse of because there's always consistent communication, there's consistent feedback. However, if it should happen, right, there are also measures in place. You could find a way where it's either your peers or someone around you who gives you a nudge and helps you know you need to. So what happens? The person just like kind of like self regulates. That's usually what happens. The person just self regulates. It's rare that we would have cases of panel, disciplinary panel. So we generally have an environment, right, that people feel free to speak out, right, to explain things to either their line managers, the upper ups, or their peers. And so this constant communication helps to eliminate any such friction which you could face, such as abuse of privileges. Yeah, it's been an interesting conference. Had great panel speakers, really, really great panelists. We do a very fantastic job at Blue Ball Financials today, but what I've heard from a lot of other people shows that there's still some more great work we can do, right? In terms of engagement, in terms of aligning employee welfare with productivity and translating that into profitability, in terms of the keenness in which we engage staff and ensure that they are fully and consistently engaged so that they can be productive, not out of force, right? But because it just flows naturally. In terms of creating enabling environments, I got a lot of insights, insights on being free to be, making it easy to be vulnerable, right, around people so they don't think you're a superwoman, they can do everything, right? That was really, really, really interesting. That was a nice concept which I intend to employ going forward.
So for us at Bluebook Financials, right, employer engagement is key because coming through the front door, our keyword is we work hard and we play hard, right? Because everybody has their individual KPIs, which boils down from the unit's KPIs. So it's not just pushing them to achieve that. We need to reward them, not financially. Your salary is for doing the work. That's not your reward. So we have different forms of rewards to encourage employee engagement from our team bodies, which are different kinds of team bodies. We have our virtual team connects that we do every first Monday of the month. We have physical team bodies that we can do departmentally and as a group worldwide. Even our town hall, after raising tough questions and being very constructive, guess what? We party afterwards.
Wow.
And we always make sure it's a Friday because we want to party. We rent a place and we party afterwards. We encourage staff to share good news. So you're getting married, you just had a baby, the good news will show up. On the flip side, you know how life is. Certain things will happen. We also show up. We encourage. Apart from the staff coming together to encourage the company also, we have things that we do. We have awards that we give. We have gifts that we give for different levels. So different forms, no matter how small, no matter how big, we use it as an opportunity to build on employee engagement. And, we keep trying our best. Anything we see and we can sneak into it, we do. We celebrate a lot. Birthdays, work anniversaries, even the births and weddings, we announce it. WhatsApp, emails, different things. The aim is to make everyone feel welcomed, make everyone feel belong, that you are identified. No matter your role, no matter your cadre, we see you, we recognize you. Because everybody builds to the company's growth. I learned a lot. And you're from Business Day, right?
Yes.
I hope you're going to keep doing this.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So
It
you
was
want us to
very,
have more?
yes, it was very insightful. It was very insightful. I saw different angles to things that you can do. You need to see my phone. I'm very electronic. I don't carry the book. So my notes for today alone, I've taken down a lot of tips, things we can improve on because nobody's perfect. So it was very insightful. I'm walking out of here with a lot of motivation. I have 5 people in my team. Everybody's busy. I had to pull someone out and say, please come here. you just come and listen to what is happening here. And she got here on time, and she's going to do a presentation to the wider team on Friday. And Friday is when we have our own departmental meeting. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, Business Day. Please keep doing it.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks. We were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly when in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right? Accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, they can policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, with that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that, and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale, and more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from our assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the cost of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right? How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers, and in other areas you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos State government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities being made available, you're talking about input providers, you're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women, you're talking about aggregators, you're talking about financiers, you're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. Yes, would that guarantee?
That guarantee drop in prices.
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are
subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agricultural food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together, and ensure that we have food available for everyone. So I hope I have broken the myth for you, but I mean, it's left for you to come and see what we are doing in the space, but we indeed do have farmers. I mean, come out during World Food Day celebration and you'll see that Lagos does indeed have farmers. No, when you say eggs are expensive,
Does he think that
in Lagos, we just rounded up the Onje Eco Farmers Subsidy Program, where we actually subsidize input feed for poultry farmers and aquaculture farmers. We gave a 25% subsidy. We worked with the likes of Olam and with the likes of Animal Care in ensuring that the farmers got the feed also directly from the manufacturers themselves. And that was able to help bring down the cost of eggs and the cost of chicken and the cost of even fish. Right now, as I speak to you, at one of our facilities, which is the middle level hub at Mushi Idiro, that's a fresh food hub, egg is sold at the lowest price in the state. And when I'm talking about eggs, I'm talking about the largest sized eggs, and a crate is going for 5,300, whereas in other parts of the state we have eggs going for about 6,000 to 6,500 naira. The same thing is happening for many other products, and these are things that we are working on as a state government to say, when we have specific locations, when we have facilities that can be controlled in terms of quality, in terms of accessibility by the farmers themselves, where you negate the middlemen, then consumers will be able to access food at lower prices, and government will also be able to intervene properly and ensure that in terms of subsidies, in terms of interventions, it is going straight from government to the consumer, taking out the middleman in the whole space. My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics. We must cater to the issues surrounding storage. We must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket, and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State Government, and I'm very happy that what Business Day is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
As Jovren Grow, we own 48,000 metric ton cocoa processing plants in Nigeria, which make us the largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Nigeria and second largest indigenous cocoa processing plants in Africa. So as a group, we encourage value addition, and that is why we are into value addition, adding value to our commodity. So as a group in John Vane Group, we have some of our subsidiaries that are adding value to our commodities, such as cocoa processing. So in John Vane Industries, what we do is we process cocoa bean into cocoa butter, cocoa cake, cocoa powder, which are also served as raw material for some organization. And as a processing company, we also process cashew into some other derivative under the authority of our other subsidiary, Noble Eagle. We also process sesame. We process soybean into soybean oil. We process paddy rice into polished rice. And with this, what we are doing is to encourage value addition to our commodity and also to discourage food importation. We are encouraging local food production within the agricultural sector and also to encourage the smallholder farmers into farming and also to encourage the youth to go back to farm because by adding value to all this commodity, we are also encouraging people to come and rather than exporting the raw commodity abroad. In John Vane Group today, we are partnering with over 15,000 farmers, and by 2030, we have a target of partnering with 150,000 farmers, and which means that in long term, we are encouraging more smallholder farmers. And also within our schemes, we have a scheme in John Vane Group. We have the in-grass schemes and we have the hard-grass scheme. We are doing this to encourage farmers, especially from the small orders to the mid-level and to the large farmers group. And in John Vane Groups today, we are encouraging cooperative settings. We are encouraging farmer groups in such a way that our farmers, especially both in our hard grass farming scheme and in-grass farming scheme, we have different farmers group and we have different cooperative. And we are not stopping at that. As I speak to you, as of last week, we still have a team on the field encouraging cooperative formation so that we can have more farmer group within our group to encourage smallholder farming system within our business. Yeah, in Nigeria today, farmers are suffering up to 40% post-harvest loss. We realize this as a business, as John Vane Group. And that is why we have built and we are still building small warehousing unit in every community where we have our farmer group in order to avert the challenges of poor road, like you mentioned. Before they bring in their commodity from the farm to the town or from the farm to the market, there are lots of losses. So in order to avert this, in each of our community where our cooperative and farmer group are established, we have many warehouses for them. And also through our logistic arm. As a business, we also have a logistic arm named Avon Hauling, where we have over 100 trucks. So we have access to easy logistics. So through this, we move all this in bits from their local warehousing to the factory and also to the mega warehouses in the city. We also, through our transportation system that we currently established, we also encourage farmers and make transportation easier for them for moving their products from their farm to the local warehouse up and also to our mega warehouses in the city and also to the factory for processing. Yeah, so our business, we are into both local processing and also into export of the finished products. So like I mentioned earlier about the losses that the farmers are encountering and faces on the farm, you also mentioned poor road infrastructure. So we need the government to intervene into all these challenges. This John Vane has preferred solution to logistics, but how many can the private sector do? So we want the government to come on board and assist the smallholder farmers Yes, there are schemes that we as a business have established to help these farmers, but we can only do this to the farmers under our group. I mentioned earlier that we are looking at 150,000 farmers by 2030. But in Nigeria today, we cannot reach all the farmers. We cannot provide solution to all the problems that all the farmers in Nigeria are facing. So we need the government to come on board and assist the private sector in order to help the farmers. Government might not be able to reach these farmers directly, but we have a chain where we can reach these farmers directly. We already established that platform where we can reach these farmers directly. And in another way of where the government can come in, they can assist with either no interest or very low interest loan, where which we can, or this can come through us to the farmers because we have a well-established microfinancing system whereby these farmers can get this loan without interest. Even as a business, as I talked to you, we give our farmers no interest loan. So if a business, a private sector could do this, then government can also do this. So we need the support of the government in this line and also to improve infrastructure, good roads, good roads, to solve logistics problem, and this will also encourage the youth to remain at the farm, and it will also reduce urban migration. The farmers will have peace of staying over in the farm. Yeah, so I mentioned that by 2030, we are looking at partnering with 150,000 farmers. And I also mentioned that we need government intervention in building roads, providing irrigation, providing potable water for farmers, making farmers' livelihood better. By the time we have support for 150,000 farmers in the food sector today, you will see the impact in the life of people, not even in the farmers alone, because food will be accessible for the community where these farmers are. Even in the nearer community to where the farmers are settled, there will be no food supply. The farmers and the community livelihood will be better. And as John Vent as a business, because these are our farmer group, the commodities that we trade in, there will be sufficient raw materials for the business to process. And through this, it's a chain from the farm to the business, from the business to the government, because when the business makes money, then the government will also take some taxes. So it's a chain. Yeah, so what we have done and what we are still doing is to ensure that we partner with both private investors and public investors. Recently, we partnered with BRI, and last year, we also partnered with IFC, and we also have some personal investors that are willing to partner with us because of the good work that the business is doing. Yeah, so in Nigeria today, agribusiness have access to maybe about 5% lending from commercial bank. And because our major commodity in Joven Group is cocoa processing is highly capital intensive. So because of this, for our business sustainability, the strategy we have adopted, like I mentioned to you earlier, is to encourage private investors and also public investors. Like I said, we partner with BII, and last year, we also got some funding from IFC and from some commercial bank. And because of the highly intensive, how the capital is, we are hoping for more investors to come into the business, for our business to grow bigger and better.